Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, good morning and welcome. Welcome to the Day of Exchanges dedicated to bridging cultures, moving towards new perspectives in museums. My name is Suna Altnöder. I'm the Chief of Unit of Movable Heritage and Museums in the Culture sector at UNESCO. We hope that you are always seated. We have invited top speakers from all over the world today to join us to discuss most important issues at stake for the futures of museums. Today's event can be followed in English and in French and is also webcasted online. A short question and answer section will be foreseen after both panels. And I am now very glad and would like to introduce our opening speakers for the opening session. Her Excellency Paula Alves de Souza, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Brazil to UNESCO. Excellency, welcome. Gabriela Ramos, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, and Ernesto Ottone, Assistant Director General for Culture at UNESCO. I am pleased to give now the floor for our first speaker, UNESCO ADG for Social and Human Sciences, Mrs. Gabriela Ramos. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Ambassador, thank you for convening us. Ernesto, great to be here with the culture sector. And yes, we are going to have a very interesting day with this symposium on the bridging cultures, moving towards new perspective in museums. The participation of the social and human sciences is linked to the celebration of the 30th anniversary of our program on the slave route or the transatlantic trade. And this is the perspective that we want to bring, because it's not only about the places where we enjoy the culture and art, but these are also places where we can reflect on history, on facts, on issues, and on the challenges that we face. This event is part of these celebrations, as I said, the 30th anniversary, and we will be organizing many events in 2024 under the theme of constructing equality, healing, and understanding. And celebrations have already begun with conferences, concerts, and events dedicated to the vast cultural and socio-economic contributions of the Afro-descendant peoples, their history of profound resilience, and the current challenges they face. Celebrations will culminate also in a high-level ceremony on the 30th of September next at UNESCO headquarters. And of course, I thank Brazil, Haiti, Ghana, and the member states for their support. Museums are fascinating places where we can have a glimpse of many traditions, but the structure of many of the classical Western museums was developed to fulfill colonial ambitions. The theft of artifacts was a form of symbolic violence against the integrity of the cultures where these objects belonged, weakening societal structure and enhancing oppression. To store such objects, governments built grandiose palaces, hiding the tragedies of the colonial rule on which these museums were built. And we should also recognize that. It is therefore no surprise that 90% of African tangible heritage is outside the continent, reflecting the widespread neglect of the rights of these diasporic communities. Between 2008 and 2018, only 2% of all acquisitions and 8% of all exhibitions in 30 prominent American museums represented works by African-American artists. So you have, on the one hand, the appropriation of the culture for different purposes and the display with very different contextual and cultural elements. And on the other hand, the lack of space for what can be represented for these African-American artists and diaspora. And in 2020 in the UK, Black people represented the ethnic group that visited museums the least due to lack of opportunities. So I think all of these societal issues, historical issues, these dynamics need to change. And I think it's important that we convene these kind of discussions to look at all of these areas. And we will be, I think we organized a panel on the African diaspora's perspectives in museum collections, and I have here Merdat, who is going to be moderating it. The invisibilization of Black art and culture, along with the low representation in leadership positions within museums, is a direct consequence of the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and the humanizing racial ideology which justified the enslavement of 13 million Africans. And our panel will therefore analyze this history and the impact this still has on today's societies. We will also be sharing good practices on how the art of African and Afro-descendant artists have been displayed through a collaborative approach that involves the most impacted communities. The latter deserves to be heard and recognized as the voice of their own legacies and how they should be promoted. And through the Roots of Enslaved People program, UNESCO has been advocating for the recognition of African and Afro-descendant arts for these 3 decades, using those arts to break the silence around the history and legacies of enslavement. Because as you know, many of the museums that are displaying the history of transatlantic trade, of course, is for memory, is for history, but it's also to get this very clear idea that this should never happen again. Last year, we launched the Network of Places of History and Memory linked to the enslavement and the slave trade. And what we're doing is that we are calling on member states to propose and to come with their own sites where things happen related to the slave trade, to bring awareness, recognition, to, of course, promote tourism opportunities and job creation, and to advance the understanding of this part of our history, and also to twin and reinforce the links between African cities and its diasporas. And of course, I invite all member states that are here with us to present their proposals. A book on the representation of enslavement in museums will also be issued by UNESCO in the following weeks. It was written by the late historian and former member of the Roots International Scientific Committee, Nellie Smith, and will share good practices when displaying this tragic story. To promote cultural understanding and combat racist stereotype, also at young age, we are going to be promoting the master classes that are now a very well-established methodology that we have to reach out and to change mindsets at a very early rate. And of course, our fantastic global forum, which also included this reflection, Ambassador, which happened in Sao Paulo, and we will continue with this very important issue. I will be sharing the recommendations issued by the experts of these discussions to our network of anti-racism officials to implement lasting change and foster the role of museums as initiators of peace and mutual understanding. So I wish you a great day of reflection, very good conclusions, and lots of learning to take this issue forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear ADG, for sharing your insightful thoughts. And we are now going to hear the opening remarks from Her Excellency Paula Alves de Souza, Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Brazil to UNESCO, Brazil, who is generously sponsoring the event. The floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Gabriela Ramos, ADG for Social Sciences, Mr. Ernesto Toni, ADG for Culture. Good morning to fellow ambassadors and permanent representatives to UNESCO. I also want to extend a very warm welcome to the experts selected for these panels whose presence at this event is a great honor for us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a special joy for the permanent delegation of Brazil to UNESCO to support this event organized by the UNESCO Secretariat to discuss museums as vectors for transmitting the fundamental values of UNESCO's mandate. I would like to thank the staff of UNESCO's cultural sector, in particular Krista Pickard, Suna Altoner, and George Joseph for their dedicated and collaborative work in organizing this conference. The quality of the experts you have brought together today from all geographical groups is remarkable, and we are sure that the outcomes of the discussion will be helpful for UNESCO community. As we all know, Brazil has increased investments and policies in the cultural field under the government of President Lula. In the museographic domain, we enhanced social participation in order to work on gathering guidelines and proposals built on various instances of public consultation. I would also like to flag that the Brazilian Institute of Museums, IBRAM, is celebrating 15 years in 2024. 15 years is a relatively short period, but the results are very positive, especially in 3 axes. Establishing a national museum policy, developing capacity building of the sector, and activating community engagement. The most groundbreaking example of our museum policy could be the Memory Points, a program that aims to serve social groups in Brazil who have had not the opportunity to tell their own stories. The methodology gathers developing actions to stimulate museum practices by underrepresented groups and cultural identities, expanding access to the means of promoting and disseminating social memory. From 2009 until today, the program has grown from 12 to over 500 awarded initiatives dedicated to social memory, social cultural diversity, and sustainability. The challenge that Brazil faces nationally seems to me very similar to the ones presented today here at UNESCO, to us, member states, and to the Secretariat. This year we're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Root of the Enslaved Peoples program, which poses the challenge of thinking about how to properly approach the sensitive issue through museums, exhibitions, and other historiographical representations. After 30 years, we still observe the challenge to properly present the history and culture of the African diaspora in the museum's exhibitions, with a particular focus on narratives related to the transatlantic slave trade. We believe that the key for the discussion is increasing the collaboration between museums and communities from the African diaspora, to ensure that the representations in museums are accurate, respectful, and truly reflective of the diaspora's experiences and perspectives. Another important movement within UNESCO is the launch of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which gives us an additional incentive to include the epistemology of traditional communities in new curatorship. In this regard, we need to further explore the role of museums in providing access to indigenous culture and in supporting preservation initiatives, promoting living cultural heritage, and creating spaces for cultural diversity. We also acknowledge the important efforts developed under the aegis of UNESCO to promote an open dialogue for the return and restitution of cultural property. In the case of museums, we believe that this process is intimately connected to the new curatorships, providing symbolic reparation for conflicting memories. Brazil is working very actively with several partners to explore different ways to promote return and restitution of Brazilian cultural property. We have developed, for instance, a productive dialogue with the Netherlands, which gathers academic and museographic institutions to provide access to colonial artifacts from Dutch public museums. This is a good example of how an open dialogue could strengthen the efforts of repairing memories of various groups. Dear colleagues, the time has come to unleash the full potential of museums as a powerful vector for sharing values that can help bring understanding and comprehension to the minds of men and women around the world. But to do this, we need to ensure that all voices are heard and represented. We believe that UNESCO has a pivotal role in the process. The Mondial Cult 2000 and 2022 declaration reinforces the strategic role of museums in protecting and promoting cultural diversity. Likewise, the recent Framework for Culture and Art Education points to museum as a privileged environment for teaching and learning about different perspectives and memories. Brazil is honored to contribute to these processes, which will make it possible to create new and more inclusive memories in the world. I thank you very much, and I really wish you a very good debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your important words. Finally, we have now the pleasure of hearing the remarks of the Assistant Director General for Culture, Ernesto Ottone. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Suna. So, Excellencies, dear ambassadors, dear delegate, dear experts, dear Paula, dear Gabriela, Gloria. I was hearing Gloria this morning. Gloria. Ladies and gentlemen, well, it is with great pleasure that we welcome you all for this event, Bridging Cultures Moving Towards New Perspective in Museums. As you see, this event is organized by the culture sector in collaboration with the social and human science sectors, and with the generous support of the government of Brazil. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards remaining the role of museums in our societies. In the ever-evolving culture and social landscapes, museums stand as beacons of knowledge, reflection, and dialogue. Their role have expanded for beyond the traditional confines of curation and preservation, and today we're talking about museums as dynamic spaces where cultural heritage meets contemporary issues, fostering education, social engagement, and intercultural dialogue. Our discussion today are set against the backdrop of the 2015 UNESCO recommendation concerning the protection and promotion of museums and collections, their diversity, and their role in society. This recommendation underscores the educational and social responsibilities of museums, emphasizing their integral role in promoting diversity and cultural heritage. As Paula was mentioning, as the ambassador was mentioning, sorry, the Mondiacult 2022 declaration further reinforced these principles, highlighting the rights of peoples and communities to their cultural identity and heritage. Moreover, return and restitution of cultural property with a focus on indigenous communities features among the priorities of the upcoming G20 summit under Brazilian presidency that will take place in November, as well as in the discussion on the Pact of the Future to be adopted in September of this year in the framework of the UN Summit for the Future. The theme of our event, Bridging Cultures, reflects the urgent need for museums to embrace inclusivity and representation. Museums are not just custodians of cultural heritage. They are active participants in shaping narrative for a comprehensive future. This involves acknowledging and addressing the legacies of the colonial era, facilitating return and restitution, promoting community inclusion, and ensuring that diverse histories and identities are appropriately represented. By doing so, museums play a pivotal role in strengthening cultural rights, in the healing and reconciliation processes of communities worldwide. And I wanted to mention one experience that we lived, it was last week, some days ago, during the celebration of the 70th anniversary of the Hague Convention, the 54 Convention. It was in the city. We had this amazing visit to the museum, the Mauritshuis. Hughes? I saw Netherlands somewhere that can correct me. And it was amazing because one of the history on the museum, so that we can understand with this new vision of a director woman, to bring a museum whose building was in the 16th century a former slave trades man. After many research investigation, 2 years ago, they discovered that yes, he participated. Today they told the story where it comes, and there's discussion even if to change the name of the museum that has his name or not. That's one issue. Then there is the representation of the return restitution policy that has this museum, somehow pushed also by the Netherlands. And there was one painting, a particular painting, that was there for the last 2.5 centuries from Sri Lanka. And it was returned. What is amazing is that the place where was this painting is maintained empty. But it is maintained. There is a story that is telling that there was a painting about a part of the history where they didn't cover it with another paintings. They maintain it so that the history can be maintained, the full history that we had. And I believe that was a huge experience on how new museography can understand what we're talking about and what is the purpose of this meeting today. So what I wanted to refer is that today the event will focus on 3 key themes that we are proposing. Communities at the heart of the process of return and restitution of cultural property. We will explore how museums can enhance the role of communities' involvement in making the restitution process of cultural objects ethical and meaningful by raising levels of awareness, fostering collaborative partnerships and provenance research, as well as inclusive practices. Museums can value marginalized voices, strengthen local communities and social cohesion. They can build network, increase knowledge and understanding, and ensure that they reflect the diverse narratives and heritage of different communities. Then, as it was mentioned by Gabriela, the African diaspora perspective in museum collection. In this session, we will examine how museums integrate the history and culture of the African diaspora into their exhibits, ensuring authenticity and something that we don't speak a lot, sensitivity, in presenting these narratives. The story and contribution of the African diaspora are an integral part of our global heritage. Yet these stories have often been marginalized or misrepresented, as it was mentioned in museum collection. Through this session, we aim to explore how museums can right the wrongs and provide an inclusive platform for representation of the African diaspora's experience. And lastly, the third theme will be collective cultural rights in the context of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And that's something that we share and work with the CI sector. And Brazil has been one of the biggest advocates. This session will highlight how museums can enhance the protection and promotion of culture of indigenous peoples, including their languages, knowledge systems, and practices. Museums play an essential role in preserving indigenous languages and knowledge systems by promoting linguistic diversity and ensuring the rights of those communities. Museums can act as agents of cultural revitalization and reconciliation. They can offer indigenous people space to share their languages, histories, and tradition, thus preserving their cultural heritage for future generations, while at the same time, through their action, they can give communities back their voice and the power to disseminate it. This is essential for maintaining the dynamism and diversity of cultural expression. I will remember you that during the COVID time, we had the opportunity to launch 2 reports on museums. And I see a former colleague that is here that worked a lot on it. Pleasure to see you. And in the peak, in the second report in 2021, if I'm not wrong, 2021, the number of museums has risen in the world, has risen to 104,000 museums around the world. In 8 years, we had more than 35,000 new museums with COVID, including during the time of COVID. The shape of museum can be a local community museum or can be a national museum as the one that we are embarked in Africa especially, but also in Central America. It's not about the shape of a museum. It's about the content of a museum that is important. And that's why we are organizing the third forum on museums that will take place in November of this year in China, where all those starting point of discussion that we have in our different committees, I'm mentioning the 54, mentioning the 72, because we have information center that some of them have been involved and converted in museums, the 70 convention that are starting next week, or even our subsidiary committee for return and restitution. So, and the 2001 on underwater cultural heritage, where we are promoting the construction of underwater museums. So as you can see, all our work at UNESCO is somehow linked with the action of what we do in museums. And in this sense, our collaboration with ICOM, with the International Council of Museums, is also fundamental for the work that we have to do for the future. Finally, our aim today is to foster dialogue that not only explores the modern role of museums, but also offers practical insights for policy development, ensuring adherence to international standards and ethical practices in cultural heritage management. Moreover, as you know, UNESCO currently develops the Virtual Museum of Stolen Cultural Objects for a launch in mid-2025 that will underscore the inseparable link between tangible and living heritage by including testimonies from communities affected by the disappearance of cultural heritage. As we prepare for the next edition of Mondial Cult in Barcelona next year, let us harness the power of museums to promote understanding, empathy, and respect between peoples and communities worldwide. I would like once again to thank the delegation of Brazil for their support in the organization of this event, as we did some months ago with a spectacular exhibition that we had with the presence of the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs. I look forward to the rich exchanges and collaboration that will emerge from today's discussions and that will once again acknowledge the crucial role of culture for sustainable development and the attainment of the global agenda. I thank you for your kind attention, and we wish you a fruitful and enriching day of discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear ADG, for these important and inspiring words. And I would like to thank all the opening speakers again for sharing your important thoughts. We have now reached the end of this opening session, and perhaps we can applaud again all the opening speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Without further delay, we would now like to invite you for the first session of this panel on communities at the heart of the process of return and restitution of cultural property. I have the pleasure to invite now our esteemed panelists to join the stage for this panel that I have the honor to moderate. And I would like now to invite Mrs. Alessandra Cummins, Director of the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, to join me on the panel here. I would also like to invite Mrs. Sadia Boonstra, postdoctoral researcher, historian at the Free University of Amsterdam. I would like to invite George Okello Ambungu, please, to join us, Emeritus Director of the National Museum of Kenya and esteemed expert. And also Ms. Miriam Heutink, please come and join us here. Ms. Miriam Heutink is Head of Collection and Research at the Wereld Museum in Netherlands. So very pleased to see you all with me here. So good morning again to everybody. We have Now, the pleasure to welcome you to the first session on the pivotal role of communities in facilitating the return and restitution of cultural property. Before we delve in our discussion, I would like to take a moment to allow our speakers to briefly introduce themselves. And I propose that each speaker takes the floor briefly to introduce and to mention the institution in which you are involved, your role within it, and perhaps your main areas of interest and research. Perhaps we can start on our far right with Mrs. Miriam Hoytink. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Suna. Thank all of you working on this wonderful day today. George, Martin, Suna, all people from UNESCO also initiating this panel, which is, I think, really courageous and would have been out of our imagination some 20 years ago. So things are really developing, and it's wonderful to be part of that. Indeed, I'm working as head of collections and research in the what for the public, the World Museum. It's a National Museum of World Cultures.
They're saying they can't hear. I don't know how. They're saying they cannot hear.
They cannot hear. What should I do?
Closer to the microphone, perhaps.
Is it closer to the
Yes.
microphone? Is that better? I'm small. Is this better? Yeah? Okay. Addressing in a national museum of world cultures, which consists actually, it's a merging of many ethnographic collections in the Netherlands, for the majority taken, looted, exchanged from formerly colonized countries or in a colonial world, in a very difference in power relations makes it also a challenge to work on new policies and exchanges in the whole world. I think to keep it briefly, because we are with many today, I think I would like to address two issues that are very important to acknowledge and also to change over time, which is maybe also part of a decolonization practice and philosophy. I think two concepts are there which are really important to acknowledge, and that is the question of ownership and the question of authority. These are issues that are formed in a very Western way and without opening up the concepts and without discussing them towards a more open definition, not talking about alternatives, but about equal concepts of knowledge, authority, and ownership worldwide, should open up a discussion for exchange and restitution to communities. For ownership, for instance, there's also a matter of the question of ownership in our countries. Even when the merging, the official merging of the different collections in the Netherlands took place in 2014, and all these collections became nationalized, it doesn't mean that in previous collection they were still in a kind of a private collected way, which would have been far more easy to get to restitutions than now it is nationalized. And then we have a very we have a policy which I embrace very much, because I'm really happy that it opens up restitution policy. but it is a state-to-state restitution policy, which makes it very difficult for minorities in countries who often do not have access to the national agendas. And often, not always, but very often, this is also something that is related to colonial situations, when borders were created, when kinships were ignored, and where people were deprived of their cultural property, and which is still often very difficult for them to get access to.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I think we will have the opportunity to delve really in the heart of your intervention. I would perhaps now like to continue our introductory session, and by briefly also that George Abungu presents himself and introduces himself and says some words about his main interest and main research. Thank you, George.
Thank you very much, Suna. As per my tradition, I want to thank you for the invitation and also to congratulate everybody who's come here to give their time and to, as the Australians would say, pay respect to the owners of the land. I believe this place must also have had the owners of the land, so we give respect to that. I actually don't know what I am, but I know that I'm a trained archaeologist, that is by profession, and then I've been involved in the heritage sector as an heritage expert for many years. Alessandra and myself have a long way. She was president of ICOM when I was vice president of ICOM at one time many years ago. I have passed through the museums as a museologist, rising from a research trainee to Director General of the National Museums of Kenya. This is a museum of about 1,500 staff and over 30 museums. It's a big institution. I left it many years ago and went into consultancy and then went into teaching. Vijaya Tilok, who is sitting down there, invited me to start a heritage management degree at the University of Mauritius, which we did together, produced most of the big people who are now managing heritage in that particular region. Currently, I'm an honorary professor at the University of Australian National University, where I work closely on the area of restitution with this RRR Center in that place, which deals with the issues of restitution, particularly of our ancestors. I've been a member of the World Heritage Committee, so I deal with all UNESCO conventions. I think Vijaya knows that I've been not instrumental, but assisted a little bit in the listing of all the 5 intangible heritage of Mauritius. That's why I'm saying I don't know exactly what I am, but I move in all these areas. I think I'm basically a cultural person, a museum person, but also a larger person based on the fact that where we come from, we don't have these definitions of, or these boundaries of intangible, tangible, movable, immovable, nature, culture. They are all intermingled. And it's from that point of view that I tend to look at things, and I hope that I will be able to share with you some of my experience and some of my ideas, particularly in museums. Because I think some of the things that you're discussing here today are things that we dealt with 30 years ago. But we are very happy from Africa that you are now coming up and dealing with these things, but at a higher level. Yeah. So we are very happy. I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of those experiences that we have gone through over those years. And I think you are so much in the right track. And Suna, I want to congratulate you and your team. You very dynamic, and you made that particular sector of UNESCO, of museum, very active, which for a long time was pretty much sleepy. Now I think is probably one of the best in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George, and it's always a pleasure to have you with us and to listen to you and your words, plenty of wisdom and of profoundness. So thank you so much. Sadia, please give us also some introduction to you and your research and your activity.
Sure, thank you so much. Thank you, Suna. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sadia. What am I? I don't know. I guess I'm a hybrid. I'm trained as a historian and a curator, and I also bridge Indonesia and the Netherlands. I bridge research, academia with museums. So I do a lot of very many different things, independent curatorial projects in Indonesia, consultancy projects, but I also still, I'm involved in academic research where I'm looking into collection histories, decolonizing museum collections and museums, and also working with communities in Indonesia to start these conversations and dialogues about what Dutch museums, for example, should do with collections that originate from their source communities, not necessarily looted, but created under the asymmetrical power relationships, such as plaster cast, for example, that are a result of physical anthropology. So these are things that I'm doing. I also work with contemporary artists to really actively also imagine and visualize decolonial futures so that we can really share that an imagined more equal future with audiences as well. I think that's it for now from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sadia. And I think all your different presentation, when you speak about yourselves, echo so much in which way it echoes with our different cultural conventions and the work UNESCO does. So thank you so much. Please, Alessandra.
Thank you very much, Suna, for this kind invitation, and good morning, everyone. A special pleasure to be here with you again in this house, and to be participating in this very important discussion. I'm very happy to have been included. I think George has already outed me as to how long I've been involved in this business, so I won't necessarily go into those details, but I am an art historian. I was trained in museum studies, and I continue in that vein to teach and train young people in this area of museum and heritage studies. So it keeps me alert to what's going on in this sector. I'm director of the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, a 90-year-old institution. Is celebrating its 90th anniversary this year. And even though it was not established in the colonial period, you can definitely see resonance of the colonial in the original construction of the museum in 1933. Since my arrival there in '85, we have had to continue to work to disassemble and deconstruct that identity in order to make the institution much more accessible, open, and well associated with the community. At the same time, I'm also chairperson of the board of the newest institution in Barbados, which is the Barbados National Art Gallery. And in that context, like Sadia, I have had to work, and I'm very happy to have worked with contemporary artists and curatorship, so that in many instances we've come to understand our thinking has evolved about what is authentic, what is the authorial story that can be told. And typically in museum work, and as I was trained, the authentic could only be told by authentic objects identified and stultified within databases and collections that used a particular language and that situated those objects within a particular construct of scientific inquiry. As a matter of fact, a lot of what we have had to be doing at the museum is reconsidering what is this language that is being used to identify the artifacts? Who determined what that language would be? How do we now deliberately deconstruct that language in order to make it much more meaningful in terms of the needs of the community? And I have to say that I think that I've been extremely fortunate with the team of staff that I have. I've been involved in the development of the Museums Association of the Caribbean, which is now 30 years old. But that was important because while we were happy to be part of ICOM, we still weren't achieving what we needed to achieve by considering and reflecting on the needs of our own museum and communities in the Caribbean. So a lot of what I have to say is around those experiences and seeing that we have to pay particular attention to the ways in which knowledge has been constructed, the way information now needs to be deconstructed, and the way in which knowledge must be reconstructed in light of our own experience and our community needs. So I guess those are the particular references that I'm coming from. And I can see very quickly that in some instances I may not need to say all because my colleagues are going to say it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. And indeed, we have a very diverse panel and a very rich panel. I would also finally present Mrs. Bernarda Delgado, Director of the Museo de Sitio Tucumán at the Ministry of Culture of Peru, who has provided us with a video message. She has been the Director of the Museo de Sitio Tucumán since 1997, a correspondent for the SECA, for the Committee on Education on Cultural Action of ICOM, and represents Peru in the Ibermuseo's Technical Roundtable on Sustainability. We will hear and listen to and see her video message later on in the panel. And so I welcome you all once again, now that we have introduced ourselves and all our diversity. I would just like to recall briefly before we start the objectives of our session. We are here to explore the crucial role, as already mentioned in the beginnings, of the role of the communities in the process of return and restitution, how cultural institutions such as museums can play a role in strengthening the role of communities in such processes. And so over the next hour, we will have the opportunity to tackle this important and complex subjects, to exchange ideas, to present best practices, and to better understand how museums not only work for communities, but with communities, to ensure the return and restitution of cultural property. And as we all know, museums play a crucial role not only in the preservation of cultural heritage, also in the restoration, rehabilitation, in the research, in transmission, notably for educational ends. However, all the museum's missions are not cut in stone. All these institutions tend to evolve and are the mirrors of the society in which they are located. So the growing emergence of information and communication technologies and even AI these days within these institutions is just one example. And so for the last 20 years, museums, in line with their essential missions and in response to the growing importance of the return and restitution of cultural property, they have also been involved and they have evolved. So one of the essential components is to see how museums can carry out these processes and how they can respond to the needs of communities seeking to receive cultural property from which they have been separated, as well as the associated knowledges and practices, also Alessandra just mentioned. So to initiate our discussion, I'd like to explore a fundamental aspect that permeates nearly all our endeavors related to return and restitution. It's the role of community. It's specifically, we would like to emphasize on the notion of the ethics of recognition linked to an ethical imperative to foster the rights of communities to the enjoyment of their heritage. And as it is mentioned, and it as was mentioned in the opening speeches of the Mondiacult 2022 declaration, and to see how it is applied in praxis. So this serves a dual purpose, not only reveals and addresses historical significance through restitution and enhances the recognition also of cultural diversity, but it also fosters new relationships and collaborations by enhancing mutual understanding, as also Miriam Heutling stated in the beginning. So within this context in mind, I would like to invite Alessandra Cummins. Could you share your insights on how museums are engaging with communities to ethically return and restitute cultural property?
Thank you very much, Suna, for that quite intriguing question. And I think I'll start with noting that I would have to ask you to think about what defines a museum. When we talk about communities, are we talking only about the community in our place, within our borders? Or are we recognizing that these communities have extensions to diasporic communities abroad, and what is our relationship and responsibility with those? And how do we constitute what is cultural property? Because that too, all of these terminologies, these epistemologies that have been set in stone, have now got to be deconstructed. Well, let me start with the first one. I don't need to spend a lot of time on this, because I think all of you who have any interest in museums would be quite well aware of the dynamic nature of the discourse around museum definitions, which embroiled a lot of individuals and institutions for at least 5 or 6 years in the last period of ICOM general conferences. They have come now to a new definition that might not necessarily satisfy everybody, but does resonate with a lot of community needs. And I want to say that in that situation, that my colleagues from Caribbean museums were incredibly involved in the regional discourse around what is a museum, how it functions, what its responsibilities and roles are. So when I'm asked a question like this, first of all, museums, Caribbean museums, get involved at the international level, because they understand we can no longer leave the discourse to others. We have to engage in order to have our voices heard. So I want to acknowledge, first and foremost, that activity and the close involvement of Caribbean museums in the work of ICOFOM LAC in particular, in detangling that debate and coming up with new definitions that have resonance and meaning for our communities. The second point I would make is that in terms of ICOM, again, they have created a checklist on ethics around cultural property ownership. Again, I'm not going to go into any depth on this matter. It's available and accessible to everybody. But again, these terms and these ethical considerations have also impacted on Caribbean museums. Why? Because if you become a member of ICOM, you also undertake to support and work with those ethical considerations. So we have to be clear on what that discourse is around the 8 organizing principles that ICOM has suggested underpin the accepted foundations for museum work in this field, particularly providing orientation and support, where it requires that museums preserve, interpret, and promote the natural and cultural inheritance of humanity. I stress that. I'll come back to it later. Museums that develop collections hold them in trust for the benefit of society and its development. Museums provide opportunities for the appreciation and understanding and promotion of the natural and cultural heritage. And museums work in close collaboration with communities from which their collections originate. I've only mentioned 4 of the 8. All 8 apply particularly, but in this context and for this talk, these 4 provide a good setting. Now, I think we have to understand that there have been major shifts on many fronts in this regard, not least that the discourse has the museum having the right and responsibility of the recognition and valuing of what that community is. We need to reverse that order. We need to understand that we're talking about the role and responsibility of museums on empowering communities to make the determinations for both themselves and these institutions. And we need to move away from a kind of conditioned compliance, which might have been the basis for our activity in the past. And we need to move forward to be much more self-aware that beneficial relationships can be formed through the process of restitution and return that fosters new approaches where the museums become the facilitator of community sustainability rather than the dictator of what the narrative must be. Now, I think I take these terms, I use these terms very, very deliberately because while we know them in the background, they're rarely used in this world of what we might call museum diplomacy. I had the pleasure of recently reviewing a book on museum diplomacy, and it reminded me how much we saw and didn't understand about the role and responsibility of museums. But essentially, what has shifted there is that instead of assuming that the museum must take the lead from the government and must follow the policy and reflect on government's position and perspective on things, that in fact museums have a responsibility to demonstrate difference, to demonstrate new understandings of what their role could be, and to reflect that in terms of the kinds of programming, activities, partnerships, exhibitions. All of that can be deeply affected by the way in which we have undertaken our work in this context, particularly in the context, of course, of the cultural conventions, which are, you know, intergovernmental for an instruments. But museums, nevertheless, no matter whether they're governmental or non-governmental, have got to respond to them. How are they going to respond to them? And I think very much in terms of the Caribbean museums, and I talk specifically now about largely the Anglophone and perhaps a little bit to the Dutch, but those collections, those institutions are beginning to understand the origins of our collections, where the collection of Caribbean cultural property, if you like, has largely come under the rubric of natural history collections. Understand, we're talking about colonies. Colonies are part of the properties of governments, centuries old. And even post-independence, we still see a lineage and a language that still retreats to that positionality in many different ways. So many of the collections that were taken from the Caribbean don't come out of the militaristic looting that occurred in other contexts, which are the position and importance of the 1954 Convention and to some extent to the 1970 Convention, but they come out of a context of scientific inquiry. You have the right and responsibility to take samples of these collections, take them home to Europe and North America, northern states, global north, and to inquire as to the nature of the life and lifestyles lived in other parts of the world which are not as developed. So many of these collections, and even the collections in the older collections in the Caribbean communities, fall under this rubric. Now we need to understand many of them are within collections of natural history located across the globe and with extraordinarily little metadata. Why do I want to focus on metadata? Again, we're talking about the language in which these collections, these individual artifacts have been defined and described, and which particularly emphasize the knowledge and conditions of the, what would I say, the describer. So our training us older generation museologists have relied very much on these terms, authenticity. Authenticity means that we have tended to respect the kind of metadata and information that has been placed on the record books, which has been faithfully maintained by these institutions, faithfully replicated into new databases, computerized databases. So the technologies have been at work with only in recent years, beginning to understand that we need to interrogate that information. What was the perspective of the describer? What was the knowledge of the describer? Because they're taking information that they observe. Sometimes they are savvy enough to go to local members and say, well, what is this about? What are we seeing? What are we looking at? And taking some measure of information, but largely not. And we need to see that what we're talking about fully acknowledges that while the recorders of this heritage may have documented what they saw, what they observed, what they did not see or decided was not worthy of recording is of equal importance in this setting. So museums in the Caribbean have now understood that there's a need to interrogate that data, to recover hidden or unrecorded data, and to recognize the importance and the imperative of that activity in their responsibilities today. That is part of their ethical responsibility towards their communities. And it brings into force issues that have affected communities, which have been a guiding force in matters of indigenous communities, as well as diasporic communities. I want to bring now my point to two case studies. Very simply, we have a consideration of how we change the narrative from continuing to position the museum as having the power to determine the value of communities in the process of return. And instead, it's of even greater urgency for these restitution and repatriation processes to be co-led co-curated and co-designed with the communities concerned, not on their behalf, not instead of them, with them and supporting them, in order to democratize the processes and the approaches taken in the return of cultural heritage. I mentioned just 2 case studies because there isn't time to go into a lot of depth. But in Barbados, the Prime Minister's vision and determination has led to the design and development of a key digitization and memorialization program called ROAD, Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny, in pursuit of greater representation and greater accessibility for our community and our diasporic communities, both within and outside the island landscape of Barbados. A key element of this programming has, however, been not merely the recovery of obscured historical data, images, and objects, which will allow for the reconsideration of how museums and memory institutions can better service and support our community, but of almost equal importance has been the investment of government in placing capacity building and professionalizing younger generations, and I mean a large swath of younger generations. Hundreds of young people are being trained, given exposure to digitized technology, but not just given exposure, they are being trained to take control, to reverse a long-standing legacy of technical debt and underinvestment in labor in favor of automation for half a century. And it's no small part. That's because government is investing in people and making this project impactful. So in this regard, government is taking this initiative in recovering memory, which will take several forms, but museums and memory institutions remain at the heart of it. But I will end my discourse with one piece of good news, and that is, I think, the second piece of good news, and that is the case study of that has recently led to the recovery of the giant Jamaican gollywasp from Jamaica to Scotland and from Scotland back to Jamaica. In this context, Shani Roper, UWI Museum curator, was the representative of the University of the West Indies, and she was in contact with her counterpart at the Hunterian Museum. For Caribbean partners, the Gollywasp project problematized our understanding of repatriation. First, it was a natural history specimen. What does that have to do with cultural property? A lot. We don't have time to go into it now, but they asked, what does repatriation look like in non-looted contexts? How do we construct the historical context of colonial collecting without the accompanying narrative? Is knowledge co-production possible in a context of inequity, infrastructural, human resource, financial, and policy frameworks? And what are the most effective tools to engage in public education programming about this returned object? The relationship between the Hunterian and the University of the West Indies relied on a 2019 UWI University of Glasgow Memorandum of Understanding. And it's on this basis that after a process of about almost 2 years, the giant Jamaican gollywasp was returned to Jamaica. What does it mean? The whole business of replacing and recovering some aspect of Jamaican heritage is critically important. But it meant that we needed to rethink what is cultural property, because this was cultural property, and that at the moment does not take account of natural heritage in this context. It's an important consideration. And the second important consideration was a private institution to private institution repatriation program, which allowed the specimen to be placed in the National Flora and Fauna Collection at the Natural History Museum of Jamaica. But underpinning all of that was a major national discourse involving community members as to what it meant to recover this specimen. So I think I'll leave it there. I know I've taken a bit longer, but those were two important activities that are continuing, but which have redefined what for us is the issue of repatriation, restitution, and return of cultural property.
Thank you so much, dear Alessandra, for these very, very important insights and very fascinating also to listen to you when you speak and of the profound significance of such processes and the transformative impact it has, the benefit for the communities, but also the benefit for the societies, and how these processes are collaborative, how we also speak about collaborative decision-making. So I think there are many notions and also the importance of language. So I think it was a very, very profound and very deep insight in the beginning of this session. I would now, and I'm sorry to ask you to be a little bit short because the time, unfortunately, is advancing. So I would now like to give the floor, because I think it's a very good transition also to continue with our colleague, Ms. Hoytink de Miriam, on the ethical approach taken by museums, but also on the means available to museums to recognize and value the communities concerned. And I would like to invite you to briefly share your point of view with us. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, sorry. I also realized that I should have introduced myself more properly in the beginning. I'm suffering from a hearing problem, so I expected you to tell me that I straightforward would go to the point that I wanted to express here, so I will continue with that. But what I already explained in the beginning is that when it comes to ethics, that we very much also have to deal with adjustments to be made in the concepts of ownership and authority. And I think also in the contribution Alessandra made, it was already very clear how museums try to make these adjustments. And to be honest, if you look at the systems that are being used for registrations, and in the Netherlands we have actually two dominant systems. One of it is the museum system, which is actually very authoritative and not open yet for ways of to acknowledge more than one authoritative concept of knowledge. We are very happy that we also have appointed a curator for indigenous knowledge in our museum, who is working on different systems of knowing to actually use Western knowledge formation as one of many types of systems of knowledge. And actually now we're working with a consortium of museums in which actually also the Mauritshuis, but also the Rijksmuseum and more collections that deal with colonial collections are included. We're working on a huge data hub to actually overcome this very dominant Western knowledge system that we actually experience as very unethical, and we cannot work with it any longer. We do receive many requests when it comes to restitution, and many of them are coming within the frame of state-to-state requests. It's quite easy to deal with that. We do have an independent committee. We can deliver better and more improved provenance research from time to time. We're improving also this work very much, and the committee gets the instruments from us actually delivered to find their arguments, to actually get to the restitution of objects. But more and more, we do receive requests from minorities who we first, of course, explain about the state-to-state policy, but also immediately invite to start a conversation with us. And that is something that has changed over time, because maybe a couple of years ago, it would have been only the information like, well, interesting what you're asking, but we do have a national state-to-state policy. And then it was very difficult for people actually to continue the conversation. And now of course, we must inform, but straight away, the same moment, we do invite for further conversation. We do invite people to come to the Netherlands. We do share knowledges of fundings, possibilities to get to invites, and at the same time, we're very happy that due to the digital surroundings, also Teams and Zoom meetings are possible. And a tool has been developed to also open up the depots and to come with people in the digital surroundings to visit the depots. This conversation, I think, is really important, because according to the official policies, we cannot start a restitution policy. But we can start a conversation and also a manner to start co-creation and to equalize to share the knowledge and to put it also in databases, and also to give people access to our databases, to be able to also adjust our databases on a distance. And that is really something, it sounds very logical, but maybe if you know the museum world, as many of you do, also the museum world is part of the colonial problem. So there's much of the systems within a museum that makes it very difficult to change these kind of attitudes. And I think that we're making steps now in the right direction to share these databases. This was quite impossible a couple of years ago, and I think for many museums it is still a problem, because only the curatorial staff and the registrators are allowed to open up and to change the databases. And this is something that we're now changing, that people from all over the world are actually able to get access to this. This also has to do with the issue of authority, what I addressed in the beginning. What is authority? The authority used to be part of the Western knowledge system. So when people came with information that was different than the published material that's been created and the knowledge production that's created over past 200 years, it was not straight away accepted as equal knowledge. And this is a huge problem, which makes me still feel very much ashamed. And I think, therefore, it is so important to develop in togetherness new ways to adopt knowledge and to co-create. In the Leiden Museum, World Museum, which is one of the 4 museums that are under the umbrella of the National Museum of World Cultures, the Leiden one will be reinstalled in the next couple of years. And to give you an idea, this used to be very regional. Actually, it was about continents, it was about regions. It was about how the Dutch related to these regions, how wonderful the excavations were published, how good the relations were with the power systems. And still, there's part of the language that we're adjusting right now. So in Leiden, we will work towards an installation which will be partly based on indigenous knowledge and partly based on diasporic knowledge. Because, as you know, as we all know, the knowledge system of indigenous people maybe differ quite some from the diasporic knowledge systems because of there's trauma, conflict, memory often in between, which makes people relate different-wise to material culture that is in countries which is not the original place where the objects were created. So in togetherness with communities, we're trying now to build upon new types of knowledge systems in which the culture will be explained from the perspective of indigenous cultures and from the perspective of diasporic cultures. And this is all in a process I'm sure that we will have to learn still very much. And in the practice of it, and that's the last thing I will say, in the practice of it, we will also have to learn about the very different communities coming from the different countries, the nations, who all have also their different relations to the power structures. So there's few problems that we will have to face in the future.
Thank you very much, Miriam, and indeed, I'm very sorry. As we have to continue with our panel, and the time is advancing. But you introduced very important notions, also moving deeper in this dialogue when it comes to the opening up of the institution, when it comes also to the equality, the notions of equality of the partners. And just to say that this event today is also a very strong message to the museum community worldwide, to the museums, to the communities, and that UNESCO remains very committed together with its member states to support them and to support the museums in their challenges, in their endeavors, and in this ever-evolving process. And I would now like to give the floor to George and to building on the insights about the importance of community involvement. Perhaps let us shift our focus to the role of the institutional leadership within museums. And George, could you please discuss how museums can enhance their engagement with communities to ensure ethical practices in the return and restitution of cultural property? We would like to hear you. Thank you, George.
Yes, Suna, and I know you want me to be very short because there's no more time. But imagine coming all the way from Nairobi for 5 minutes. Huh? Okay, I think Suna has had enough of that. Well, let me move very quickly because Sadia also needs a little bit of time and Bernarda needs time. I want to say that I see myself as someone from the international community. But when I discuss things like museums, I tend to go back home to Kenya and to Africa. And I want to use that because I think that experience gives me something to share with you. I come from a continent, and I said this, that has basically revolutionized museology, but nobody acknowledges. Alexandra knows that in the 1990s, with AFRICOM and Omar Konare, who later became the president of Mali, he said, what museums for Africa? He said, we have to demolish the walls of the Colonial Museum to let the community into the museum. And that's exactly what we did. We let the community into the museum. And I'll give you some examples in a few minutes. So I come from a place that has seen transformation because we suffered slave trade and slavery. We suffered theft of our heritage. We had colonialism and its atrocities. And as we sit here and talk about museums and restitution, many of our ancestors, thousands of them, are actually in museums in the West, as we sit here and talk, classified as objects, not as ancestors. 90% of our collection is in museums in the West and abroad. Museums were accomplices. They were part of this. There was the museums, the military, and the missionary. They were part of this. So we are dealing with extremely important issues. It's not just a matter of loading material from here and the means and ways of which you can transport it. It's a question of dealing with so many things. It is a question of historical injustices. It's a question of rights. If we do agree that cultural rights are human rights, and yet some of the cultural material are still outside, then how does a museum leader deal with that issue? We are dealing with issues of emotions and spirituality. We are dealing with issues of real world of technology where we can manipulate and do all kinds of things. I think those are the issues that we need to deal with. Now, how can museums how can leadership of museums show by example how community should be part and parcel of the discussion, of the dialogue? Alexandra said, and Rejan said, language. We continue to intellectualize the language that we talk about. How many community members are sitting here? We are talking for them without them. And I think next time we need to have and hear from their voices, or maybe organize a meeting that they themselves talk for themselves. The language that we use, the deconstruction and reconstruction and decolonizing, are those communities understanding those languages? And if they are not understanding, what are the alternatives? So it must start from ourselves in reflecting on the way in which we communicate and in which the narratives are developed. We may change the narrative of colonialism with the narrative of our own present contemporary intellectual understanding that the community does not understand. I want to tell you one thing. Kenya, for example, has had a lot of return of material from the United States in terms of vigangos. I think many of you know the kaya. The kayas are World Heritage, but the kayas are also listed under the intangible cultural heritage, the 2001, 2 conventions. Now, in the 1970s, a lot of material disappeared. Then later in the 1980s, to cut the story short, one researcher was researching in a home, and one of the kigango or vigango, which represents an elder who had died, disappeared. When she went back to the US, found it in its own museum, and the curators had written, "This looks very real, authentic, and fresh." It started a tsunami. Later, some of us worked so hard, even the Minister for Culture of Kenya went there. Even President Obama was involved in one way or another. When that came back, the piece of item that was described as African art, the relative said with tears in her eyes, we knew he had gone on a long journey. We knew he had gone, but we knew that one time he will be back. When he was away, there were a lot of problems. Famine, we could not pay school fees. Drought, no water, even our cattle were dying. But now that he's come back, we know that things will be okay. It was the time of the tsunami. There was a lot of rain, there was a lot of bumper forest. So people thought also that maybe that is the case. Maybe it was. But that is why I'm talking about emotions. You need to have leaders who understand the emotions. You need to have leaders who understand the language. You need to have leaders who do not do it for communities, but do it with communities. So that you stick to the saying, if you do it for me, without me, you are against me. Not for me, without me. But do we have those museum leaders who have transformed into that, who see technology as part of promoting the agenda of returning back and correcting the emotions and creating reconciliation through co-curation, co-researching, co-exhibition, and even co-thinking with community? Because of time, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, dear George, for your very strong words and for also reminding us that this is a very sensitive matter we are talking about. We are talking about cultural property. We are talking also about, as you said rightly, ancestors. And we are also talking about human remains in some aspect. So it's about rights, individual and collective rights. We also heard this in the opening speeches and the relation to the Mondial Culte Declaration. And you also rightly mentioned the different cultural conventions of UNESCO. And I know that the 2003 convention, for example, does also a lot of collaborative work with the communities and emphasizing the role of communities. So we remain firmly committed to this. I would like now to turn to our recorded message that we have from Mrs. Delgado, the director of the Museo del Sitio Tucumé in Peru. She will share her perspectives on how museums can transform the acts of return and restitution into avenues for dialogue and reconciliation and strengthen ties between museums and communities. And you may use the headset if you would like to listen, because we have a translation provided. Thank you.
Muy buenos días y muchas gracias a los organizadores por la oportunidad de contarles en resumen sobre nuestro trabajo en Tucumé, un pequeño pueblo de agricultores localizado en la costa norte del Perú, con 25.000 habitantes aproximadamente, con un riquísimo patrimonio cultural, material e inmaterial, rodeado de un relicto de bosque seco ecuatorial, con una gran diversidad ecológica que también nos compete preservar. La gestión cultural del patrimonio en Tucumé parte del conocimiento del sitio mediante las investigaciones científicas efectuadas en la ancestral ciudad de las 26 pirámides de barro, construida alrededor de una montaña sagrada llamada Cerro Purgatorio o La Raya, efectuadas desde 1989 a la fecha, que se institucionaliza con la creación del Museo Tucumé, permitiéndonos continuar con la labor cultural del proyecto, fortalecida luego con el involucramiento comunitario mediante el Ecomuseo Tucumé. Proceso que cuenta con casi 35 años de trabajo ininterrumpido con criterios de sostenibilidad social, cultural, ambiental y económica, teniendo a la educación patrimonial como el componente fundamental que transversaliza a los de patrimonio cultural, turismo sostenible, poblamiento urbano rural, considerados en su plan de manejo. Nuestro trabajo está inspirado en la museología social, que considera el territorio, patrimonio y comunidad como ejes principales para su aplicación. En nuestro caso, mediante el Ecomuseo liderado por el Museo Tucumé, utilizando herramientas y estrategias de trabajo comunitario participativo, responsable, interinstitucional y multisectorial, nacional e internacional, para intervenir adecuadamente en la conservación del patrimonio cultural y natural, respetando los principios de sostenibilidad considerados por las entidades internacionales vigentes. En esta línea de tiempo, durante estos 3 grandes momentos, los resultados se muestran muy alentadores para la gestión de sitios patrimoniales como el nuestro. La investigación científica nos ha permitido conocer la historia y funcionalidad de sus pirámides como un centro urbano religioso, uno de los más importantes del área andina, que data del año 1000 después de Cristo. Contar con la información fidedigna para ser retransmitida a la comunidad local y visitantes mediante estrategias educativas adecuadas a los diferentes grupos erarios. Disponer de una colección museográfica de más de 8.500 objetos, el 18% de los cuales se muestra en nuestras salas expositivas. Brindar trabajo temporal a más de 2.000 personas, el 85% de la localidad y pueblos vecinos, constantemente capacitados en arqueología, conservación de bienes muebles e inmuebles, y quienes son muy demandados en los proyectos de investigación regional y nacional. Desarrollar labores permanentes de conservación preventiva y definitiva del patrimonio arqueológico mueble e inmueble, con la participación de alumnos y egresados de arqueología de universidades regionales. Tener una visión multidisciplinar para la interpretación de la antigua sociedad tucumana con miras al desarrollo del turismo cultural y contribuir a la erradicación de la huaquería en el distrito, así como fundar el Museo de Sitio Tucumé. El Museo Tucumé, con 33 años de vida institucional, pertenece al Ministerio de Cultura del Perú, con financiamiento anual permanente asignado por ley, incluyendo sus propios ingresos, aun cuando estos no son suficientes. Tiene un plan de manejo para trabajar ordenadamente en 4 programas: patrimonio cultural, turismo sostenible, educación para la conservación y poblamiento urbano-rural. Sus funciones se enmarcan en la investigación, conservación, comunicación, educación y gobernanza. Su aliada principal es la comunidad local y trabaja también con entes regionales, nacionales e internacionales, entre ellos 9 públicos y 22 privados, mediante convenios o acuerdos de cooperación interinstitucional. Aplica la gestión integrada del patrimonio en alianzas con los sectores cultura, turismo, educación, ambiente y salud para el desarrollo de festivales culturales, de sus 35 publicaciones, de acciones de prevención y conservación del patrimonio mueble e inmueble, el fomento del turismo cultural, la protección del medio ambiente, de las campañas de sensibilización y capacitación en temas diversos y jornadas médicas por la salud de nuestros vecinos. Cuenta con el apoyo de un patronato para la administración de fondos privados, donaciones y de cooperación internacional para la ejecución de sus proyectos. Su programa educativo ha beneficiado a más de 20.000 escolares, profesores y padres de familia locales y externos, con más de 58.600 atenciones, pues todos regresan a disfrutar de la diversidad de talleres enmarcados en 5 líneas: patrimonio, ecología, comunicación, artesanía y gestión social. La pandemia de la COVID-19, que también nos afectó severamente, nos obligó a cerrar puertas y también al programa educativo, obligándonos a buscar nuevas formas de acercamiento para evitar el rompimiento total del vínculo comunitario establecido a lo largo de los años. El museo replanteó sus actividades presenciales y pasó a utilizar la tecnología, casi desconocida y esquiva para muchos, pero que nos permitió seguir coordinando acciones vía telefónica o virtual entre el equipo del museo y la comunidad. Para la defensa del patrimonio promovió la creación de los jóvenes defensores del patrimonio en 2 centros educativos locales. Como una estrategia, el Ministerio de Cultura y el museo sirve de nexo y monitor de estos grupos. Contamos también con 6 comités de coordinación integrados por líderes locales para la protección del patrimonio arqueológico. Postulamos que los museos de cualquier índole, condición o ubicación son espacios para el intercambio de afectos, prácticas y experiencias, y en donde tenemos la posibilidad de acercarnos a los diferentes públicos, creando reacciones, sensaciones entre estos y principalmente procurando mediante sus colecciones ser fuentes de inspiración, relajación, aprendizaje, de estimulación de los sentidos y sin duda de intercambio de saberes entre propios y extraños, para que estas colecciones nos remonten al pasado, pensando en su utilidad para el presente y el futuro de las generaciones venideras. En septiembre del 2017, el museo promovió la creación del Ecomuseo Tucumé. El Ecomuseo Tucumé, con 8 años de experiencia, promueve el estudio y valoración del patrimonio en su conjunto, y la comunidad, con voz y voto, postula y aprueba actividades en pro del desarrollo sostenible del pueblo. Está integrado por 35 instituciones políticas, culturales, sociales, educativas, etcétera, con 450 miembros aproximadamente, con un alcance hasta el 50% de la población local. El Museo Tucumé lidera y monitorea todo este proceso. Es una instancia abierta con alta participación ciudadana, personal e institucional por el bien común, con inclusión social, respeto por las diferencias, con igualdad de condiciones, oportunidades y obligaciones para la preservación del patrimonio cultural y natural del distrito. El Ecomuseo en pleno ha desarrollado exitosamente más de 90 actividades con 257 ediciones en los últimos años, que han beneficiado a más de 9.287 personas de nuestro distrito. Por ello, resaltamos que el trabajo en equipo facilita la concreción de las metas establecidas. El patrimonio no es la finalidad suprema de nuestro trabajo, sino un importante medio para que la comunidad autogestione su propio desarrollo, y la educación es la piedra angular que procura el crecimiento y desarrollo comunitario. Muchas gracias.
After this very comprehensive and very rich presentation from Ms. Bernarda Delgado, I would now pass the floor to Mrs. Boonstra and to ask her to kindly share with us her point of view on the approaches that have just been presented, and to tell us how restitutions impact communities. Please, if you have the floor.
Sure, thank you so much, Suna. And it's always a challenge to be the last speaker in a panel where almost everything has been said. But what I would like to discuss with you, or what I would like to offer today, really comes from my place as being based in Jakarta. As this hybrid person, I've worked also in the Tropi Museum, where Miriam is now working, in the past also in the British Museum with the Raffles collection, for example, but now really based in Indonesia, where I used to work also with the Ministry for Education, Culture, Research and Technology in setting up the Indonesian Heritage Agency, which manages 18 museums as well as 34 heritage sites. And this includes, for example, the National Museum in Indonesia, the National Gallery, but also, for example, heritage sites like Borobudur and Sangiran. So I think what we just saw in this video is, for me, it's like a dream. To see this level of community engagement, the activities that are being programmed, and how communities are involved. And that's something that I think we can still learn a lot from. If we look at the current situation in terms of restitution and return between Indonesia and the Netherlands, so I must point out here that basically the G2G mechanism that Miriam already mentioned before, between Indonesia and the Netherlands, is a result of a current mandate of the Repatriation Committee in Indonesia that is only limited to the Netherlands for the moment. Even though, you know, we know, of course, that there are so many collections, Indonesian collections in other museums, not just in Europe, but also beyond Europe. But I think the Repatriation Committee was some sort of experiment to see how we could develop a mechanism between two countries for to streamline and manage restitution. So this obviously, as Miriam has also pointed out, it has advantages and disadvantages. So I think historically speaking, this is a major thing that the mechanism exists in itself. Indonesia has been requested objects back, even already starting during the colonial period, but over all these decades, this is really the momentum that this mechanism has been set up. But due to the nature of this mechanism, the G2G mechanism, there is not much space for communities yet. So this means that there also within Indonesia, there is no mechanism yet for communities, for example, to submit requests for collections that they know are located in Dutch collections, or in another way, sort of like make these appeals to the Repatriation Committee. Of course, the Repatriation Committee gets a lot of questions and requests for information from local communities. So I must point out here, I think that I'm not actually a formal member of the Repatriation Committee, but I am informal advisor behind the scenes. So I think that's important to remember. But I think what we see here is that communities are starting to become very knowledgeable about the issue of repatriation and return, and they start to become very focal. I think what I would also like to note here is, I think Alessandra also noted this before, but what we need to also think about, if we speak about communities, what does a community constitute? Who are a community, and to whom, for whom, where and when? And I think this is important to remember because in Indonesia, there are so many ethnic communities, for example, but we also have communities on a regional level or in the village or in towns, etc. Or it can be across religions, etc. So there are very many ways of being a community. But one of the interesting elements in the mechanisms of repatriation or the dynamics that we now see is that, for example, also families who have lost, so former royal families who have lost objects due to military expeditions, military campaigns against them, and therefore have lost their political power to the colonizer during the colonial period. But at this point, a lot of their objects have ended up in national collections in the Netherlands, for example. And how can such families access or make sure that these objects are being returned to them? So due to the G2G mechanism, this is actually not possible at the moment. So this means that collections from the National Dutch Collection are returned to the Indonesian National Collection. In practice, this means that the collections end up in the National Museum, which historically has been founded as a colonial museum as well. So what does it mean if collections from the Netherlands are being returned to an institution that was established as a colonial institution? So I think what we see is that because the mechanism has actually been quite successful, last year almost 500 objects came back to Indonesia, but now we see, and that was also the outcome of the June roundtable, that the restitution process is actually a start. It's only the beginning of what it means for objects to be returned. And this is where we see where the role of communities can be very important. Because what does it mean if these objects come back to a formerly colonial institution? How can we give new lives new and meaningful lives to these objects that have been returned. And I see there a very important role, a crucial role for communities in Indonesia. Like if we don't connect with these communities, then it will be very hard to create new meanings for these objects. And these new meanings, I mean, I also are maybe not necessarily new or invented meanings, but because the meanings of these and values that have been assigned to these objects that are now have been returned are very much framed, and this has been repeatedly mentioned during this panel. These meanings and values have been created through a very colonial perspective and a colonial lens. If we do not go beyond that, then we will be stuck in this colonial loop. So we have to involve these communities, in my view, to also reconnect with the lost histories and memories of these objects, so that we might be able to recover some of these memories and recover the meanings and values that these objects had before the colonial moment, before they were stolen, before they were looted, in order to make them, to reconnect them with the communities and make them relevant, not only for the communities from which they originate, but to be shared also with the larger society of Indonesia. So I think that's something that is very important for us in Indonesia, to sort of like try to develop mechanisms and ways in which we can involve the communities. But I think, and I have to stop soon, but I just want to make this point too, that I think I would like to also problematize, or to at least point to the relationship between the governments, national governments, and communities. Because what we need to remember is also these communities, they function within the political network. To what extent do they have access to these political networks, so that they can actually, that they are available, that they are able to submit a request, but also simultaneously, because in practice, communities actually still have the opportunity to work with museums that operate on a subnational level. So private museums or regional museums, it's perfectly fine for them to collaborate with museums in the Netherlands that do not own national collections. So a lot of museums in the Netherlands actually have such collections. So there is still space. But at the same time, so there's one case that I would like to mention here, which concerns the Tanimbur skulls from Maluku. So this is a diaspora community in the Netherlands from the Maluku Islands in the eastern part of Indonesia. And they discovered that there are actually 16 skulls of their ancestors in a museum in the Netherlands. So this museum is Museum Vrolijk, an anatomical museum of the Amsterdam Medical Center. And they have started a dialogue, a conversation about returning these skulls. So I think that is I think at the moment it's still in progress. It's going very well. I think in the way in which the museum is very forthcoming and facilitating this process. But we also need to think of like the practical issues of this, because how do we return ancestral remains to the source communities without the support of the national government? You cannot just bring 16 skulls back in your suitcase or in your hand luggage. So there still needs to be support from the national government for these local and private initiatives. And I think that's something that we also need to consider. When we talk about these communities, how can we help in facilitating that process? The bureaucratic and operational processes that do involve the support from national governments. So I think there's lots more to say, but let's leave it for first, and then maybe we still have time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, for the first panel, we got until the end of the session, and I wanted that everybody heard and hears your voice. The days of the exchange will continue, so there will be a question and answers afterwards, but I have my colleague also here, and the second panel has also to start. But I would like to thank you also for your very interesting insights in the mechanisms and in the dynamics of the restitutions and the notions of accessibility. You mentioned of revitalization. It is very important, and that this is a start, a beginning, and not an end. And I think it's also the essence of our session and of our discussion, and this open and inclusive dialogue that was mentioned and that is inscribed in the Mondial Kult Declaration that UNESCO is committed to continue. I was very honored to have chaired and moderated this esteemed panel, and we saw many key themes mentioned, that museums work not only for but with communities, and that, as George said, it's a process of co-curation, co-research, co-thinking, and debate that will continue. I would like, just in the last minute, if every one of you could, as a takeaway, just end with one strong message or sentence, one sentence, please, you would like to say at the end of this panel, perhaps starting with Miriam, like one strong sentence you would like to our esteemed audience to go out of this panel, please. The micro, please. Just one sentence.
Language is universal. It is indeed intellectual. We should indeed avoid intellectuality of language and include the emotions of language.
Yes, thank you so much. Dear George.
2 sentences. This is not an event, but a process. But it's a process that we must come to a conclusion. But we have to do it with them rather than for them. Thank you.
I would totally agree with that. I think involving communities is really an opportunity to start collaborating, to recover lost histories and memories, as well as really a chance to co-create, co-produce new meanings and knowledge.
Well, I think what we've seen is that these kinds of scenarios do lead to greater knowledge production, but they can only happen with the investment of authorities and governments in making accessible these kinds of resources that do lead to new knowledge. And in that process, we engage with not just the communities, but the youth in those communities who are going to ensure the sustainability of that knowledge that has been produced, and to recognize that it resonates with identity production and with stronger sustainability of communities in the future.
Thank you very much for this opportunity we had this morning. I think we also saw in what extent this discussion is a gain. It's about a gain. It's not about a loss. It's about a gain, I think, for all of us. And I am very pleased that we will certainly have the occasion to continue this discussion. And I would like to ask you a strong applause for our esteemed experts on this panel. Thank you so much. I now would like to give the hand to my esteemed colleague for the next session, and perhaps we have some minutes of a break, 5 minutes of break, so that you can get some coffee and that we can welcome you again in this room. Thank you.
We will be resuming the second session at 11:45. Thank you.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to welcome you to this panel discussion now this morning on the African diaspora's perspective in museums collections. Allow me to thank, first of all, the permanent delegation of Brazil for supporting organization of this panel discussion today here. And I also like to thank my colleagues in culture sector, UNESCO culture sector, for inviting the social and human sciences sector to join this day-long event today, and also organizing this panel discussion. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the social and human sciences sector is in charge of the program Roots of Enslaved Peoples. As it was underlined this morning by Mrs. Gabriela Ramos, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO for Social and Human Sciences sector, we are currently celebrating the program's 30th anniversary throughout the year, and we are glad to hold such a panel in this framework. This program has played an important role in recognizing the history of enslavement and a pivotal moment that keeps on shaping our contemporary world. As such, our new network of places of history and memory linked to enslavement and slave trade offers the opportunity for places managers to share good practices in terms of promotion and preservation, while fostering research and awareness raising through city twinning between Africa and its diaspora. Indeed, studying the African diaspora perspectives in museums collections precisely provides the opportunity to dive into the important contributions of African deported individuals and their descendants. As we will see with our panelists today, their creations still suffer from a lack of consideration, especially in Western museums. In this regard, we will try to issue recommendations and good practices to develop respectful exhibitions, also reflecting the African diaspora's expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to present briefly our panelists, and then we will start our discussion. I'm pleased here to present, first of all, Mrs. Kay Jolie, the Chief Curatorial Affairs and Public Programs at the Museum of the African Diaspora, a Smithsonian affiliate, the United States of America. Welcome to this panel discussion today. And then I'm pleased to present Ms. Vijaya Tilak, historian and a former member of the board of the International Survey Museum from Mauritius. Also, I'm pleased to present Mr. Richard Tugan-Fauzi, postdoctoral research fellow at the Technical University Berlin in the framework of the joint research project Reserve Collections Stories, mapping art and culture from Cameroon in German museums. Mr. Tugan-Fauzi, welcome to our panel this morning. Also, I'm pleased to present Madame Françoise Vergès, political scientist, author of Decolonizing the Museums, 2023, France. Bienvenue à notre session. And last but not least, Madame Monica Lima, coordinator of LIFRICA, Laboratory of African Studies at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, general coordinator of articulation of projects and internationalization of the National Archives of Brazil. I would like to underline that Madame Lima is not with us here today in this room, but she kindly sent a pre-recorded video message that will be presented during our discussions. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without discussing further, let's start our discussions. And in this regard, I would like to start with our first question that I will address to the panelists, and you will have around 5 minutes to respond to each question. As you know, I would like to start with Mrs. Vergès. and allow me to switch to French. Chère Madame Vergès, vous avez longtemps étudié les héritages de l'esclavage, et notamment dans la région de l'océan Indien. Votre livre « Décoloniser le musée », publié en 2023, démontre comment certaines de ces institutions ont encore du mal à se détacher d'un occidentalocentrisme, plaçant la figure noire et ses créations à la marge. Alors, pouvez-vous nous expliquer comment cela se traduit concrètement dans les musées et quels sont les mécanismes à l'œuvre rendant tout changement compliqué?
Merci, bonjour. Merci pour votre question et merci pour l'invitation. Donc, je vais en répondre en 5 minutes. J'ai visité beaucoup de musées sur l'esclavage et bon, ça m'a beaucoup posé de questions. Mais je vais partir peut-être d'un cas concret. Ça sera plus intéressant. Moi, je suis de l'île de la Réunion, donc dans l'océan Indien. Et il y a quelques années, il y a eu l'idée de faire un musée sur l'histoire du peuplement de cette île qui n'était pas habitée. Hein, il n'y avait pas de native population. Et qui a été une île d'esclavage par les Français, par l'État français, et puis qui est toujours aujourd'hui une île française, enfin un territoire sous domination française. Et la question qu'on s'est posée, c'est-à-dire qu'est-ce qu'on fait justement par rapport à ces questions de diaspora et cette question d'esclavage, dans une île où il n'y avait aucun objet matériel qui témoignait de la vie de ces personnes. Donc on était réduit à faire un musée de l'esclavagisme, ce qui n'est pas la même chose. C'est-à-dire montrer les chaînes, les actes de vente, les plantations. Ce qui n'est pas la même chose que la vie de ces femmes, de ces hommes, de ces enfants qui sont restés des êtres humains et qui avaient donc pensé.
Hello.
We have, I think, an online participation, but can you please, technical, is it okay?
Yes,
Yeah, it was a technical issue. This is what we call a bug during a session. I do apologize. Vous avez la parole, je vous en prie.
That's okay. So we asked ourselves how we're going to tell this story. And I suggested then a museum without object. That we will start from the object, you know, like in the West, then when the object tells a story. You have the object, okay, and then you tell the story around that century, da-da-da-da-da. We will start because you don't have a material object, because the life of the enslaved had no meaning for the French colonial power, so everything was destroyed and lost. So which meant that we will start from narrative. We will give back the story. And of course, it will be fragments and pieces. Oh, pardon, je suis passée à l'anglais. Sorry. Donc, on travaillerait à partir de fragments et d'absences, mais cette absence ne signifierait pas une totale absence, une disparition. L'histoire coloniale, l'histoire des esclavisés, est une histoire de fragments et de parties d'absence. Donc on partirait de l'absence et du fragment sans dire que parce qu'il y a absence, il n'y a pas de présence. Donc ce serait la question de la présence qui partirait. Donc ça, c'est une première chose que pour moi sur la question des musées d'esclavage. Et puis les situations sont extrêmement différentes. Je ne pense pas qu'un musée de l'esclavage soit la même chose aux États-Unis que par exemple à l'île de la Réunion, l'île Maurice ou par exemple en Guyane ou en Martinique. Donc il faut tenir compte de cela. Il faut tenir compte aussi que très souvent dans les musées sur l'esclavage en Occident, c'est une histoire de progrès qui se termine avec l'abolition de l'esclavage, donc dans une histoire de victoire, on peut dire, des idées d'abolition. Très bien, mais on sait que le racisme structurel perdure, qu'il y a des situations, qu'il y a eu des représentations qui perdurent de ce que c'est que la personne, la femme ou l'homme noir. D'autre part, il faut aussi pouvoir expliquer quels sont les mécanismes qui ont permis, quels sont les mécanismes de pouvoir. Je trouve que par exemple, quand on visite des musées maritimes, on visite des musées du mécanisme du pouvoir. Qu'est-ce qu'il a fallu pour que l'esclavage puisse avoir lieu? Il faut des bateaux, il faut des lois, il faut des canons, il faut des fusils. Il faut des choses à vendre pour acheter des êtres humains. Et tout cela est donc rendu possible. Donc il y a aussi faire la différence entre le musée qui explique le mécanisme du pouvoir, le mécanisme de domination, quels sont les outils nécessaires pour que ça ait lieu, parce que sans bateau, sans canon, sans loi, il n'y a pas non plus de traite des esclaves. Donc c'est extrêmement important de le signaler. Donc c'est aussi de prendre ça à différents niveaux. Et puis la diaspora africaine, elle n'est pas uniforme. Elle est aussi très différente d'un endroit à l'autre. Et des diasporas qui viennent, par exemple, de l'Afrique subsaharienne, ne vont pas avoir le même rapport à cette histoire que des diasporas venant de Guadeloupe ou des États-Unis ou du Brésil. Donc il faut aussi tenir compte de cela, il me semble, et évidemment de voir en quoi l'abolition de l'esclavage continue à être un combat. Et donc aussi de parler de l'abolitionnisme d'aujourd'hui, de ce qui est quand même très fort, je veux dire surtout aux États-Unis, et donc de parler de ça. Il faut aussi signaler une inégalité entre les musées. On ne peut pas parler des musées comme si tous avaient les mêmes capacités, les mêmes budgets, les mêmes formations, les mêmes possibilités. Il y a énormément d'asymétrie et d'inégalité entre les musées. Donc parfois, moi, quand on dit le musée, je dis mais non, il n'y en a pas. Il y a quand même 61% des musées, selon l'UNESCO, qui sont en Europe de l'Ouest et dans l'Amérique du Nord, ce qui veut dire que c'est une énorme différence. Et c'est une richesse en plus et un capital que les autres n'auront pas. Ensuite, il y a des musées qui continuent à être menacés. Aujourd'hui, même par le désastre climatique, on a vu des musées qui sont détruits par le désastre climatique. Les guerres, aujourd'hui, en Palestine, en Ukraine, au Congo, au Soudan, des sites historiques, des sites archéologiques qui disparaissent, qui sont aussi en relation d'ailleurs avec l'esclavage colonial. Certains cimetières disparaissent parce qu'on construit des parkings tout simplement. Donc c'est plusieurs questions qui me semblent. Ensuite, la question même de la repatriation des objets, et ça a été posé dans le panel précédent, comment ces objets redeviennent vivants, sont restitués dans un monde de vie, un monde affectif, un monde social et culturel, et ne rentrent pas au musée de la manière occidentale, c'est-à-dire pour devenir des objets morts. La dernière chose, il faut faire aussi attention, parfois dans des musées en Occident, par exemple, il y a le code noir, qui est ce code qui délimitait, je veux dire, justement la réduction d'êtres humains en objets, et qui souvent sont présentés sous une vitrine, donc on regarde, c'est ouvert à une page, comme un objet, comme un texte sacré. Ce n'est pas un texte sacré. Il faut désacraliser ces objets. C'est une collection de lois iniques, de lois absolument criminelles. Donc il faut se saisir de cet objet et le dire de quoi il est question. Il ne faut pas simplement donc le mettre sous une vitrine. Donc il faut aussi faire attention à la muséographie qu'on va utiliser pour ces questions-là. Même un acte de vente, il faut expliquer, il faut vraiment de voir. Donc finalement aussi, pour rester dans mes 5 minutes, quand je dis un musée sans objet, on peut me dire, alors comment vous racontez les histoires? Alors par exemple, on pouvait dire à l'île de la Réunion qu'on pouvait retrouver la trace d'une jeune femme qui avait été achetée dans le nord du Mozambique, par exemple, puisque les esclaves qui sont venus dans les îles Mascarenhas, c'est Mozambique, Madagascar surtout. Et alors, c'était quoi son monde culturel et social? Comment c'était organisé? Quelle était l'organisation politique, religieuse, culturelle, sociale du monde où elle vivait? Ensuite, on connaît les chemins de traite. Et donc, quel était ce chemin de traite? Et quelles sont les baraques où elles sont sur la côte du Mozambique, où elle va être enfermée dans des baraques avant d'être déportée dans une île. On sait quel va être le bateau, comment étaient les bateaux. On peut décrire ce bateau et on peut retrouver sa trace. Elle est vendue à telle plantation. Quelle est cette plantation à cette époque? Combien il y a de femmes? Combien il y a d'hommes? Qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Comment ça va? Et donc même s'il y a des absences, puisqu'elle n'a pas écrit son autobiographie, il n'y a pas d'autobiographie d'esclaves dans le monde colonial esclavagiste français. Pas du tout. Non, mais on peut lui restituer une humanité. Même si je ne peux pas avoir son nom, je restitue son humanité. Et donc là, on avait pensé utiliser des technologies du cinéma, du théâtre, de la performance, du conte, de l'oralité, pour ne pas en rester justement simplement fixé sur la question de l'objet. Donc ça, c'est des propositions. Et je pense aussi qu'il faut encourager des petits musées des tout petits musées. Même à l'île de la Réunion, on peut envisager qu'il n'y ait qu'à 5 musées autour de cette histoire, parce que la manière dont on perçoit la chose dans cet endroit de l'île ou dans cet endroit, dans les montagnes qui sont les endroits des marrons, hein, des esclavisés qui s'enfuyaient, ne va pas non plus être la même chose. C'est très important de parler des marrons dans leur lieu, c'est-à-dire qu'ils se sont enfuis pour créer des espaces de liberté dans un monde qui était un monde de longue liberté. Donc aussi d'expliquer qu'est-ce que c'est que la liberté et comment l'importance de la liberté et comment donc des personnes, des hommes et des femmes qui étaient réduits à la non-liberté ont réussi à créer des espaces de liberté dans un monde qui était régi par la non-liberté. C'était aussi extrêmement important pour aujourd'hui. Comment créer les espaces de liberté aujourd'hui, dans un monde qui reste quand même énormément, pour des millions de personnes dans le monde, un monde de non-liberté. Et la question de la fugitivité, du marronnage, de l'échappe, est une leçon pour aujourd'hui, n'est pas seulement une leçon du passé. Voilà, je pense que j'ai couvert mes 5 minutes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Vergès. C'était très détaillé, votre réponse. Yeah, now, I would like to turn to our next panelist here, Mrs. Tilak, who, as I mentioned, is a historian of the Indian Ocean slave trade and the member of the Roots of Enslaved People Program, International Scientific Committee. Dear Madam Vijaya, I do apologize. The conception of the Intercontinental Slavery Museum inaugurated in 2020 in Port Louis, Mauritius, definitely seems like a good practice to replicate when displaying such a harmful history, but still celebrating enslaved people's resilience. So, could you please share with us how the involvement of the local and most concerned communities from the inception phase led to the success of this museum's approach, precisely avoiding practices denounced by Ms. Vergès?
That's a tall order to follow, following from Françoise Vergès, but I shall try. I'm a Mauritian historian, teaching and researching Mauritian history for the past 40 years. But I have specialized in the history of slavery. And this is probably one of the reasons I have been asked to help in the setting up of the Slavery Museum project. So thank you for inviting me and to give you the Mauritian experience, which is, I think, a little bit different from the Atlantic areas. Mauritius is a good example to talk about the thinking and the discussions that went on before the museum was actually set up. And it's also a good example of the kind of synergy that is required between the scholarly community, which provides historical data, political groups, because it is a political decision to set up slavery museums, as you all know, and also by members of civil society, the community of descendants. And this synergy was extremely crucial in the success and the acceptance by government of setting up a slavery museum. But first, a little bit of background. Françoise has already given us an idea of the situation in the Mascarene Islands. Réunion Island and Mauritius are known as twin sisters, although our paths diverged when Mauritius became a British colony. So the background to the Slavery Museum, Intercontinental Slavery Museum, was a decision by the government in 2009 to set up a Truth and Justice Commission to investigate the consequences of slavery and indenture, and to make recommendations for the future how to improve the life of descendants of both slavery and indenture. So in its final report, it made several recommendations concerning the memorialization of slavery and of slave trade. And it noted in its report that this was the only population group that did not have a visible, tangible, and permanent structure where the history of slavery and the slave trade and the life of descendants and all the issues that they face in contemporary Mauritius. So this was a very important recommendation. And the synergy that had been created by the commission, we had conducted nationwide public consultations, private sessions, in camera sometimes, because some people were still scared of talking about the history of slavery. So this was very important to give them the sort of confidential space for people to talk about their own situation. And also more scholarly studies. and site visits to places of interest, etc. So after the report was published, that was in 2011, the synergy to campaign for a slavery museum continued with the same groups, with added communities. So what were the major concerns? First, how display the truth, and this is what many of you have talked about, the truth about the tragic history of slavery and its legacies. And second, how do you involve the Mauritian community of descendants or of African origin, the group that is most particularly affected by the legacies of slavery in Mauritius. And third, this was a long-term concern, how to lead to reconciliation, because we don't only have in Mauritius, as Françoise has said, not only descendants of slaves, of slave owners, but also descendants of indentured laborers and other groups that have come to Mauritius. So for me, museums should unite, not divide, and so reconciliation is a very long-term aim that we hope to achieve. Personally, I think 2009, 2011 was a very crucial year for Mauritius because of all these discussions taking place. But it was also important because we had some 40 years of solid academic research that had been undertaken in Mauritius. So we had a lot of data, historical data, on the history of slavery and of the slave trade. And secondly, there was greater awareness because of all the public consultations that had going on in the concerned populations, scholars, sociocultural groups, public institutions, all joining together to continue the campaign for the Slavery Museum project. And so to maintain this momentum, and UNESCO was very crucial in this, and I would like to thank UNESCO for this, we organized 2 seminars on slavery museums in 2016 and 2018, partially funded by UNESCO. And many of these approaches, the themes for a future museum, was discussed in these sessions. And so finally, in 2020, as you said, the Intercontinental Museum of Slavery was officially launched with a first temporary exhibition entitled Casse ce silence-là, or in English, Breaking the Silence. So for us, this was where we felt some of our concerns were being addressed. Firstly, the desire for the truth to be told about slavery, because up to now, many people had been afraid or scared of displaying the history of slavery openly in books or exhibitions or even teaching about slavery in schools. And secondly, very important, the site that was chosen to house the Museum of Slavery was the oldest historical building on the island, located in the capital city, as we wished, in a very visible place with easy access for visitors. So this was the ideal place to house the Museum of Slavery. Third, and as Françoise has said, we do not have that many original artifacts dating from the period, and so discussion was very active on the visualization of slavery. As we all know, people read less and less, so visualizing the history of slavery was very important. We were not happy with the colonial prints that we had, that existed, because we did not feel that this showed the full breadth of our history, of the history of slavery, and the situation of enslaved persons in Mauritius. So these prints for us often contained inaccurate or derogatory images of enslaved populations. We still do not know what the interior of a slave hut was like, or walking inside a slave camp, what did it look like? A lot of the writers at the time obviously had never entered a slave camp or gone into the interior world that the slaves had made at that time. So several art competitions were held, and we believe that a new iconography of slavery is in the making, and hopefully one day will find itself within the confines of the Slavery Museum. Fifth concern was also, of course, the involvement of the community, which we call the Creole community in Mauritius, descended from slavery. But again, we wanted not just the elite among this community, but to reach the masses of the population. And we felt it needed to be involved in every stage of the museum, the design, the concept, and the establishment of the museum. So I don't have time to talk about all the activities, but just to end to one with a personal project which we oversaw, and that was in the conservation of this very historic building. And so in this building, we wanted to train, because we do not have trained Mauritians in physical conservation of buildings, we recruited young men and women living in very precarious conditions in Mauritius. And we hoped that this would create, by training them in built conservation, to create a niche occupation, and they would be recruited afterwards to help to maintain the museum and this very historic building. Also significant in this very small project is that it symbolized the history of slavery on the island and the very unique case of the Mascarenes compared to the Atlantic, in that the origins of slaves are not only from Africa and Madagascar, but also from India and from Southeast Asia. So to build this structure in the 1730s, the French had brought French skilled artisans, but Malagasy slaves and African slaves, but also Pondicherrian from the French possession of Pondicherry were brought to Mauritius. So this symbolized Mauritian history, but also the history of slavery in Mauritius. So I'd like to end here by saying that there are still very many tricky questions we need to answer in the future concept of a museum. So far, we're going for temporary exhibitions to explore these different questions, and we hope there will be a permanent museum in the years to come. So clearly, more time is needed to achieve what we expected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Tilak. Very interesting, especially this last piece of information, that how the history of Mauritius has been constructed by different people coming from different places.
Yes.
Not necessarily from Africa, but from other regions, but they have been somehow involved in the slave trade.
Yes.
And your proposal for establishment of museum will be certainly considered here and can be discussed further later. I thank you for your clarifications. Now, allow me to turn to Mrs. Lee from the Museum of African Diaspora in San Francisco, the United States, which is empowering the young or the youth through artistic programs. Mrs. Lee, it is also a way, or we would like to know, is it also a way for your institution to identify new talents and nurture your curational work with their perspective? We would like to have further information or further detail about your experience in this field, especially involving young boys and girls and the youth within this endeavor there.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me to this panel. I've never been to UNESCO before. It's extremely exciting in my own career trajectory. And so I want to start with discussing a little bit about my own curatorial practice, which I'm bringing to the Museum of the African Diaspora, because my practice is founded in my own embodied experience of the distance between how I experience the history of my folks and the way that history is narrated in museums. It actively defies the linear and Linnaean constructs of art history by engaging things like theoretical physics and the biology of seeing as a hermeneutic for interpretation. So I actively undermine, right, the linear narratives that actually de-emphasize those spaces of loss. And I want to express and expose how those spaces can be generative, as well as allowing a new materialist and Black feminist approach to art history. So thinking really distinctly about how materiality makes meaning, thinking about the global connectivities of those materialities. As an example, I recently had an essay in a catalog at the Guggenheim for a contemporary art exhibition called Going Dark, the figure at the edge of visibility, in which I talk about Lorna Simpson's ink-drenched monumental paintings. But rather than coming at it from a canonical perspective, I thought about the constituent parts of that object, the way the chemistry of the ink mirrors the chemistry of the fiberglass support, how that blue, how we had no term for the word blue until we had a way to manufacture it synthetically through the Egyptians, and how that connectivity between that and a global Black ideology around the color blue and its use then produces a sense of the diaspora as both this diffuse connection of gossamer tethers and these concrete connections, concrete material connections. So at MOAD, we have the benefit of having been established as a space for our communities. So it was not based on a collection. It was based on the necessity of there being a safe and challenging space for both complex inter- and intracultural conversations with and through artworks. And so we have several programs that emphasize this, and I want to focus on just two of them today. One is our Emerging Artists Program, in which we provide usually a first solo museum exhibition for 4 to 5 Black Bay Area, so only in the environs of the museum, artists. And that includes a $10,000 honorarium that they can use as they wish, but also it is a way to start to think about how they want to engage with institutions, but also apply pressure to us. So most of them do not have galleries, so we are responsible for the entirety of the economy around their exhibition, for the promotion, but also in engaging in really complex conversations about how museums are indebted to artists rather than artists being indebted to museums. So we spend a lot of time showing, working with, and figuring out how to fund artists. So I try to think about MOAD as a new model for the museum as patron rather than the museum as collector. So how are we supporting the true trajectory? And then that is matched by, we have a program called Museum in the Classroom, and that is for our younger kids. And so we train teaching artists to go into classrooms to actually talk about how contemporary art is a touchstone and makes relevant the history they're learning in their classes. And so we do that for 1,500 to 1,800 students, all in what are called Title I classrooms, so lower income classrooms, and then we invite them into the museum. That's where they gain their ownership. And so I think that, and I think I'm almost out of time, so I think that through these mechanisms, as well as through the exhibitions that I organize outside of the emerging artists. So right now we have an exhibition called Unruly Navigations, which is 10 international, multi-generational artists thinking about the disorderly, unruly, and importantly, hidden ways that Black people have been able to navigate really complex terrain, whether that be the historical terrain of the transnational modes of enslavement, or it is complex internal landscapes. And so opening those spaces, allowing them to meditate upon this idea rather than having to come with these traditionally defined knowledges, and validating the invisible, the intangible, the unknowable as also generative is essential to the work that we're doing. And so with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's indeed very, let's say, attracting subject because, as you may know, one of the major programs of UNESCO is dealing with youth. We have even a section dedicated to youth. And what you do certainly is interesting for us, and we would like further to know about your activities. Hopefully, we will discuss after this session. But indeed, the Afro-descendants, despite their invaluable cultural contributions, have been somehow ostracized from places of power, including cultural institutions. And it was even mentioned in Madame Gabriela Ramos's opening remarks this morning. She also underlined this issue. Now, allow me to turn to French. Alors, j'aimerais retourner à notre cher monsieur Richard Chogan-Pozzi. Vous avez étudié les mécanismes politiques de l'exploitation culturelle par les puissances colonisatrices, et notamment le cas dans la colonisation du Cameroun par l'Allemagne. Votre atlas des absences sur le patrimoine culturel du Cameroun en Allemagne, publié en 2023, démontre parfaitement que la plupart des œuvres d'art, pardonnez-moi pour ma prononciation, œuvres d'art camerounaises acquises par la force par les colons sont aujourd'hui stockés dans des dépôts institutionnels comme cachés du grand public. Selon vous, est-ce qu'on peut dire que ces vols d'objets méprisés une fois en Europe, sont-ils une manière pour les conquérants d'asseoir leur pouvoir et priver les peuples d'Africains de leur culture et pour mieux les soumettre ou, si on peut dire, les faire adhérer à la culture occidentale? Où vont d'autres choses alors?
OK. Merci beaucoup pour cette question. C'est un grand plaisir pour moi également d'être ici et de pouvoir participer à cette discussion. Avant de répondre à votre question, je vais peut-être dire brièvement en quoi consistait notre équipe, notre recherche. En fait, nous sommes basés à l'Université technique de Berlin et notre objectif avec la professeure Bénédicte Savoie de l'Université technique de Berlin et le professeur Ngwafo de l'Université de Caen consistait à faire une cartographie des biens culturels camerounais emportés pendant la période coloniale allemande. Et justement, lorsque nous commencions cette réflexion, on partait de quelques chiffres. Par exemple, au musée du Quai Branly, nous avons à peu près 8000 objets du Cameroun. Et à Londres, nous avons à peu près 1500 objets du Cameroun. Et on se disait qu'on pouvait avoir peut-être 10 000 objets camerounais en Allemagne. Toujours est-il qu'au fil des recherches et des fouilles, des travaux avec les inventaires, nous sommes parvenus à un chiffre de 40 000 artefacts camerounais qui se trouvent dans seulement 45 musées publics allemands. Et pour nous, ce chiffre est énorme. C'est pratiquement toute la collection, n'est-ce pas, de l'Afrique dans certains musées européens. Donc, vous voyez que ce chiffre est vraiment criard. Et lorsqu'on observe du point de vue de la typologie, on se rend compte qu'il y a également beaucoup de choses qui ont été emportées, que ce soit des objets de pouvoir, que ce soit des ustensiles de cuisine, que ce soit des armes, que ce soit des vêtements, que ce soit des bijoux, donc tout y passait. Et ce qu'il faut également noter, c'est que ces différents objets, ou même des entités pour d'autres, ont été prises dans pratiquement toutes les régions du Cameroun. Donc il n'y a pas un seul coin qui ait été épargné en 30 ans de colonisation allemande, du nord au sud, de l'est à l'ouest, et les mécanismes pour prendre ces objets étaient particulièrement violents. Et un groupe de recherche voisin mené par Yann Le Gall, qui portait sur les expéditions dites punitives, l'un des mécanismes par lesquels ces objets étaient emportés, ils ont inventorié, ils ont énuméré plus de 180 expéditions punitives et qui ont donné lieu justement au transport massif, à l'extraction massive de ces différents biens culturels. Et ce qu'il faut également noter, c'est que du côté allemand, la conséquence est que ces objets se trouvent disséminés partout sur le territoire allemand. L'organisation des musées étant différente de l'organisation en France, par exemple, où tout est centralisé. En Allemagne, vous avez des musées dans les différents États fédérés. La conséquence en est que quel que soit le lieu où vous vous trouvez en Allemagne, vous êtes plus ou moins proche d'un patrimoine camerounais qui a été emporté durant cette période coloniale. Maintenant, quelle en est la conséquence pour l'aspect diasporique dont nous sommes en train de parler? Il faut dire que la diaspora camerounaise, d'abord, vous avez demandé que signifiait justement le transport de ces différents objets. Les raisons sont multiples. D'une part, il s'agissait de prendre le pouvoir, c'est-à-dire de conquérir le pouvoir des personnes colonisées. Par exemple, lorsqu'on enlève le trône d'un roi, ou bien lorsqu'on enlève sa couronne, lorsqu'on enlève son arme, c'est une manière de le réduire à néant, c'est-à-dire de prendre son pouvoir. Mais il y a aussi dans ce mécanisme d'extraction des phénomènes de souvenirs. Donc, on rapportait des objets pour des familles, ainsi de suite. Et il ne faut pas aussi oublier le développement du marché de l'art. Ces objets, n'est-ce pas, partis, c'était parfois des objets cultuels, mais qui, transférés en Europe, ont acquis une valeur marchande et pouvaient ainsi se vendre sur le marché de l'art ou bien à d'autres musées, ainsi de suite. Et ne perdons pas aussi de vue la question de prestige. Ce prestige pouvait se voir au niveau personnel, c'est-à-dire des personnes obtenaient des médailles ou bien changeaient même de statut social parce qu'ils ont offert des choses, n'est-ce pas, au musée de leur localité. Et bien sûr, la question de l'évangélisation, où des missionnaires ont été très actifs, n'est-ce pas, dans l'extraction des biens qu'ils qualifiaient grosso modo des biens de Satan, des objets sataniques et ainsi de suite. Et ça a été une raison pour eux, pour ces différentes missions, d'enlever une bonne partie, n'est-ce pas, des biens culturels. Sans oublier, bien sûr, d'autres qui sont considérés comme des trophées de guerre et dont ceux qui les ramenaient utilisaient pour décorer leurs chambres, n'est-ce pas, dans les cités européennes. Donc, voilà ce que je peux dire pour votre première question. Je crains de n'avoir pas été long. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chokan Fuzi. Of course, gathering all of the objects, as you mentioned, in Germany would be a real challenge, and doing such a enthusiasm and such a big study for documenting them is a great work that you are doing, and we congratulate you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Perfect. Actually, allow me now to turn to our last speaker. As I mentioned, she's not here, Madame Monica Lima, but thanks to her, now let's dive deeper into the specific history of the discrimination faced by Afro-Brazilians, whose poverty rate, unfortunately, is double that of so-called white Brazilians, testifying of centuries of racial oppression. Ms. Lima, through a pre-recorded video message, will let us know how, when working with museums, she ensures that Afro-Brazilians' history and ours are highly reflected, and that these communities can have access to their legacies and heritage. So if we may now see the video, would be great. Just a couple of seconds for the technical assistance. May we have the assistance for voice, please? I don't see anybody in the technical cabin. If you can help us to sort out the problem of voice, would be great. I invite you to be patient for just a couple of seconds. It will be sorted out soon. Yeah, they are right now fixing. I'm sorry, I didn't see them. They are hidden behind the screen. I didn't see them. They are here. So just be patient for a couple of seconds.
Hello, all the participants of the seminar Bridging Cultures. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. I am Monica Lima, a historian, professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and coordinator of the Laboratory of African Studies at the same university. I was also part of the working group that drafted the application for Valongo Wharf to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a title obtained in 2017. This group was also composed of Milton Guran, anthropologist and group coordinator, José Pessoa, an architect, and Rosana Najar, archaeologist. Currently, I am the coordinator of project articulation and internationalization at the National Archives of Brazil. And before answering the questions that were sent to me, I would like to share some reflections on an issue directly related to the theme of this event. If you are going to refer to the theme of the African diaspora, in the Brazilian case, we cannot fail to talk about the history of slavery. There were other moments of African migration to Brazil in contemporary times. However, it is in no way comparable to the more than 3 centuries in which more than 4 million people forcibly brought from Africa landed on Brazilian territory. This is the country that received enslaved Africans for the longest time and in greatest number in the history of humanity, as you probably know. And if we talk about museums, we should think about how to represent that long and painful story. How to tell stories strongly marked by violence and pain without transforming these subjects who leave them into subaltern victims who never managed to escape their suffering. How to present these stories to an idle audience without producing a feeling that only reiterates a place of defeat and impossibilities. The issues involved the representation of the enslaved of Africans and descendants in Brazil always bring to the debate the difficult balance between the importance of fidelity to what the sources and historiography inform us, and the commitment to a vision of history that does not crystallize a single image about the trajectories of the Black population. The development of public history practices based on research on different experience in slavery reinforce the relevance of producing a reasonable reflection that contributes to this debate. The discussion with representatives of Black communities and social movement has brought elements that at the same time contribute to the deepening and opening of new possibilities of approach, as well to creating challenges in the face of the interests of these groups, in defending their visions in the construction of narratives that often pass by the hardships of the life of the enslaved and freed Black people. The legitimate interest in revealing the history of resistance and the fight against captivity can sometimes silence stories of negotiation and survival. In Brazil today, this discussion is lit even more strongly when government representatives recently sworn in make public the commitment to create a museum on the history of the slavery linked to Valongo Wharf in Rio de Janeiro, recognized as a World Heritage Site, as I have said, based on the history of the Atlantic slave trade. In Brazil, we have usually presented this story by objects and images as they were seen and used by others, not the community. But things are changing. Communities are making their own museums and memorials and are calling attention to them. And in very official institutions, as the National Historical Museums, historians as Márcia Chuva, Leila Bianchi, and museologists as Aline Montenegro are carrying out interventions on exhibitions with a decolonial perspective, substantially changing what is success. But the most important thing is that communities are making their own exhibitions, not just participating or accessing which has been made about them. That's my first reflections. How to make Brazilian museums more.
Thank you. So it was the first pre-recorded video from Madame Lima. that we had the pleasure to hear about the case of Brazil. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we somehow finished our first part of the discussion with our dear panelists. And in order to conclude, I would like to invite them to provide any recommendations that they may made here today to make museums more inclusive spaces for Afro-descendants and also for promoting their cultural contributions accordingly. Of course, you, dear panelists, you may react also to any comment that has been made in right now this panel today. And also, please stay within the time slot, which is 4 minutes. So I would start from my right and with Madame Tilak. You have the floor, and we would like to provide us with a conclusion about our discussions.
Thank you. First of all, I'm a Mauritian historian of Mauritian history, specializing in the history of slavery. And I think that whether it's for a slavery museum in Mauritius or elsewhere, the historical truth needs to be predominant. We must not ignore all the population groups that exist in the country. So as UNESCO has said, all different groups must be represented, even those who did not leave any descendants, because we owe it to them to write their history, even if there's no visible legacy of their presence in Mauritius. Ethno-history seems very popular. Everybody wants to write their own history. But if you're in a multicultural country, we actually have one shared history. This history, the ancestors did not live separately. They lived together. So this is what needs to come out. I don't believe in an elite intellectual group writing the history of people. I think that everyone must be involved in the writing, the design, the concept, and the scrutiny of the actual exhibits that are going to come. There has to be open discussion, critical analysis, and then a finalization. I don't think a small group should be doing this. Again, a truthful approach must be envisaged, truthful approach, especially to the history of slavery. When in Mauritius, as in Réunion Island, we have people who say, oh, you must not traumatize visitors with showing them what the history of slavery was like. I don't agree with that. I think there are ways, curators can find ways of showing the truth about the horrors of slavery. And we don't necessarily need to have what some people call a feel-good factor. Not all museums need to have this feel-good factor for visitors when they leave. Instead, there should be more dynamic spaces when people leave saying, well, this needs to be done in the country and so on. Museums have to be, slavery museums in particular, have to be dynamic spaces where the past is remembered in a truthful way, but it also provides a space for descendants where diasporic communities can discuss in a congenial atmosphere, where they can get training in genealogical research. Genealogy research is very difficult for people of slave ancestry. Traditional craftsmanships that ancestors were practicing at that time. Setting up service centers to help students having difficulties at school. There are huge problems with education in Mauritius. Or encouraging small businesses. I don't see why museums cannot be dynamic spaces to help communities improve themselves. So for me, that's about it, I think.
Thank you so much, Madame Tilak.
Can I just say something? I just forgot.
Of course, please.
Sorry.
Yes.
The life of the enslaved peoples needs to come alive. As Françoise and I have said, there are no decent artifacts that emanate from slavery. So bring visual, audio, and other means. Visitors need to be able to feel and touch, and emotion must be present. I know many museums don't want emotion in it, but for a slavery museum, emotion has to be part of the history. You can't be impartial or neutral in a slavery museum. And finally, strong executive leadership is needed for a museum. This is our experience in Mauritius. You need a strong person to lead this, especially when you have so many lobbies against this museum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Madame Tilak, and especially this case study of the Mauritius. It was very interesting. Now, allow me to turn to mon cher Richard, qui va maintenant nous délivrer en conclusion selon nos discussions durant cette panel.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Justement, nous sommes en train de parler du rôle de la diaspora ou même de la représentation de l'histoire de la diaspora. Nous voyons cela à un double niveau. D'une part, c'est-à-dire ce n'est pas quelqu'un d'autre qui doit construire l'histoire de la diaspora, mais elle doit se prendre elle-même en charge. Cela nécessite qu'il nous faut savoir de quelle diaspora il est question. Est-ce qu'il s'agit d'une diaspora active? Est-ce qu'il s'agit d'une diaspora qui a conscience même de la présence massive de ces biens culturels? Et quelles sont les conditions que cette diaspora active doit mettre en œuvre pour justement prendre sa propre histoire en charge? Mais cette partie ne doit pas être déléguée à quelqu'un d'autre. Et ça a été également l'un des objectifs, n'est-ce pas, de notre projet, c'est-à-dire mettre à disposition d'un certain nombre de parties les informations relatives à la présence, n'est-ce pas, plus ou moins cachée de cette culture camerounaise. Parce qu'il faut dire, j'ai évoqué le chiffre de 40 000 objets, mais il faut dire qu'en plus de 100 ans, il y a à peine 500 de ces 40 000 pièces qui ont été exposées. Ça signifie qu'une bonne partie dort justement dans des caves, ainsi de suite. Donc, du côté de la diaspora, il y a la nécessité pour elle de se prendre en main et d'aller à la rencontre, à la confrontation de cette histoire pour justement arriver à de nouvelles épistémologies, à de nouvelles pratiques muséales. Et, n'est-ce pas, du côté des institutions ou bien de l'Europe, il y a également la nécessité d'ouvrir, par exemple, les musées aux personnes qui sont à la recherche de leur histoire, parce que c'est une question d'identité. Dans ce transport massif, dans ce transfert massif des biens, des identités ont été brisées, les chaînes mémorielles ont été coupées. Donc, il s'agit pour les musées européens d'offrir, n'est-ce pas, à toutes ces personnes qui ont également un droit, n'est-ce pas, au patrimoine, de leur donner des moyens de pouvoir se reconstituer et surmonter, n'est-ce pas, des traumas qui persistent depuis la période coloniale. Et justement, pour revenir encore au rôle de la diaspora, nous disons, si vous voyez un garde prisonnier en train de célébrer la libération du prisonnier sans sa participation, c'est qu'il y a problème. Donc, chaque partie doit jouer sa partition. Et le fait pour l'Europe d'ouvrir les musées à la communauté diasporique ne devrait pas être considéré comme un geste de bonté, mais plutôt comme une participation justement à ce dialogue interculturel, à la nécessité pour tout le monde de se reconstituer. Donc, c'est ce que je peux dire à ce sujet. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Chiramfosi. Indeed, participation of African diaspora is very important and should be encouraged for documenting and also protecting this heritage and also its presentation within different museums around the world. Now, allow me to turn to Ms. Lee. You have the floor. Please share with us your views and within a conclusion.
Thank you. I first want to speak to Vijaya. Your comments about thinking about whether or not the horrors of enslavement should be present in the galleries, and I think that the Met has an intervention, so it's sort of in between galleries in which they're showing centering Jean-Baptiste Carpeau's bust, Why Born Enslaved. And the curators, their central question was, is there a place for shame in the galleries? Is there an opportunity to actually confront one? And I have sort of sticky feelings about that when I think about MOAD as placed in San Francisco, which has been rapidly gentrified, which currently has a population of 4% African American, to then invite them into a space to re-witness devastated Black flesh, I cannot do. I think that especially in an American context, and especially post-2020, we're being asked over and over again to reveal our soft underbellies in a bid for empathy. And I'm like, we've been doing that for 400 years, and it hasn't worked. So to me, I try to think about a sort of attenuated perspective or approach in curating. And actually did a series of teach-ins with a scholar named Latanya Autry called The Art of Collective Care, in which we actually try to unpack what are the ethics and stakes in our curatorial practice of the display of, say, lynching images. So I'm steeped firmly in the 19th century, and I spent so much time looking at direct photographs of death. And so I want to think about the push and pull against that, and I think it is really contextual. And then thinking about how we are attempting to break those frameworks. It is through breaking interpretive frameworks. So things like drawing on our communities for community written labels. And that means every aspect of our community, including we do an exhibition for incarcerated artists annually, as well as invite them to interpret what we have on view in other exhibitions. It means thinking about asking questions in labels. So my labels often include questions saying, this is not the end-all be-all of information that is on offer for this particular object. It is also allowing for ephemeral experiences, not trying to capture every experience, not trying to anchor everything in a logocentric way, but rather to allow the embodiment that is, in fact, the testament to Black history to exist on its own without necessarily having to hammer down, and not necessarily doing it for a white audience, right? And so what we produce at MOAD, we are inviting everyone into the conversation, but the reason that I moved from encyclopedic museums, I started at the Yale University Art Gallery, then I was at the Cleveland Museum of Art, and very controversially to my family and friends, went to an ethically specific, non-collecting museum with a much smaller footprint, because the idea that I could talk about, be about, think about, write about, exhibit about my folks was just that compelling. And so I think increasing the spaces around that, increasing the funding for those kinds of spaces is what is essential to the transformation. And not for nothing, shifting those large museums is like turning an enormous cruise ship. We are able to be more agile, but we are also devastated by the fact that we receive these very limited fundraising, these 2-year grants, these things that then that brain trust leaves when the money leaves. So I think I've gone over my 4 minutes, but I really appreciate the open conversation.
Thank you so much, Madam Lee. And as I mentioned, certainly we need to take advantage of your experience in engaging youth within this procedure of protecting and promoting this heritage, and also its better presentation within the museums around the world. And now allow me to turn to Madame Vergès. Vous avez la parole, si vous pouvez aussi partager avec nous vos points de vue et conclure notre discussion. Ça sera très gentil de votre part.
Merci. Tout d'abord, je souscris entièrement à ce qui a été dit précédemment, à toutes les recommandations. Donc, je ne vais pas reprendre ça, mais je vais quand même insister sur, c'est pas la diaspora, il y a des diasporas. La position d'une diaspora à l'île Maurice ou à La Réunion n'est pas la même qu'effectivement en Occident, par exemple, aux États-Unis. Donc c'est très important, il y a des diasporas et il peut y avoir des positions un peu conflictuelles entre ces différentes... conflictuelles au sens des approches différentes, hein, c'est pas nécessairement. Donc ça, c'est une première chose. Par exemple, aussi, qu'est-ce que c'est que la mémoire? À l'île de La Réunion et aussi à l'île Maurice, je pense que Vijaya sera d'accord avec moi, le paysage est un témoin de l'esclavage aussi. On n'est pas obligé d'être dans le musée. Les noms des montagnes qui ont été donnés par les Marrons. Il faut aussi sortir du musée. Il y a, le monde lui-même est un témoin de cette histoire. Le monde dans lequel nous vivons est un témoin de cette histoire. Donc on peut s'arracher aussi au musée qui est l'instance, l'institution imposée par l'Occident pour raconter une histoire. Donc ça, bon, ça pour moi c'est vraiment important. Quel est l'espace aussi dans lequel va bouger. Si je me transporte ensuite en Occident, bon, les diasporas, il faut une ouverture totale des collections, des archives et de la documentation. On voyait par exemple pour l'Allemagne la découverte d'un coup qu'il y a 40 000 objets et non pas quelques milliers. Et ça, il y a certainement encore énormément de choses à découvrir. Mais ce qui veut dire que ça, il y a beaucoup de résistance à l'ouverture totale des collections, de la documentation et des archives. Hein. C'est pas, les institutions ne sont pas en train de « Ah oui, d'accord, justement, on va vous les ouvrir. Hein. » C'est pas du tout ça. Et puis ça veut dire aussi que de facilité, on sait bien que l'hostilité dans beaucoup de pays en Europe envers la diaspora africaine. Je veux dire, des questions de résidence, des questions de visa. Il y a quand même un racisme aussi structurel en Occident. Donc même la question même de visiter ces collections n'est pas neutre. Il faut surmonter aussi, pas seulement la résistance des conservateurs au fait d'entrer dans la... mais le fait de penser que cette expertise n'en est pas une. L'expertise des communautés n'en est pas une. Donc ça, il faut vraiment surmonter et on voit que c'est en tout cas pas facile. On voit par exemple au Quai Branly, un militant culturel a voulu reprendre un objet rituel en disant « je le rapporte à la maison ». Parce que justement, il le sortait de cet endroit pour le rapporter à la maison. Pour vraiment, ça signifiait le mouvement vers la maison. Je le rapporte à la maison. C'est-à-dire, là, il n'est pas chez lui. Et évidemment, bon, arrestation, inculpation, mais justement, ça montre qu'il n'y a pas du tout facilité. Ensuite, peut-être de plus largement, je dirais que la question, donc, dans les collections, enfin, dans les musées, il faut avoir une certaine humilité, c'est-à-dire constamment être ouvert aux nouvelles recherches, à l'inattendu, à des réactions aussi des publics, des visiteurs, qui nous font repenser peut-être que des choses dont la manière dont on a pensé il faut les ajuster. Donc un peu d'humilité. Il y a peu d'humilité très souvent dans les institutions muséales, si je peux me permettre. Une pédagogie de la liberté, notamment dans les musées autour de l'esclavage. Je pense que la pédagogie de la liberté est absolument essentielle. Qu'est-ce qu'on doit transmettre? C'est l'aspiration à la liberté qui n'a jamais flanché. Jamais. Chaque jour, partout où il y a eu des esclavisés, il y avait l'aspiration à la liberté. Donc cette pédagogie de la liberté qui est extrêmement en résonance avec aujourd'hui, le monde d'aujourd'hui, et je pense vraiment au cœur. La pédagogie de l'imagination, aussi d'imaginer le futur, c'est-à-dire de ne pas rester dans le passé, mais qu'est-ce que ça sera un monde débarrassé de toute forme de domination et d'exploitation et d'extraction. On sait que nous n'y sommes pas encore. Donc ça, je pense, ces pédagogies sont extrêmement importantes. Ce que tu disais sur comment avec les jeunes, avec les enfants, avec les artistes, c'est extrêmement important. Il faut favoriser l'imagination. Il y a très peu d'imagination. Le musée ne favorise pas, le musée tel qu'il est ne favorise pas l'imagination. Il favorise la contemplation. On est invité à une contemplation de l'objet, mais pas une imagination. Et donc là, il faut vraiment une pédagogie de l'imagination, me semble vraiment important. Et puis je pense qu'il faut encourager les diasporas à faire leur propre sortir du musée, si je puis dire, et à inventer leurs propres endroits, leurs propres espaces, je veux dire, d'autonomie, quoi. Je veux dire, il y a le travail de restitution, de répatriation, ça c'est extrêmement important. Et puis il y a le travail d'inventer nos propres espaces. Ou là, notamment par exemple en Occident, hein, c'est pas la même chose ailleurs. Et puis moi ce que je proposais, c'est-à-dire d'inventer aussi, je pense qu'on est dans une étape aujourd'hui, je le répète, on est au XXIe siècle, il est temps d'inventer quelque chose d'autre. J'appelle ça le post-musée par défaut d'autres mots, hein, mais il est temps d'inventer autre chose que la série de salle en salle avec des objets qui sont installés, même si on change de texte et même si on change. Il est temps. Et puis, il y a déjà des exemples aussi à travers le monde. Hein. J'ai visité des petits musées communautaires, souvent d'ailleurs, des petits musées avec une économie plus humble et qui proposent d'autres manières de conserver, de transmettre et de protéger. Et il faut vraiment se poser ces questions de conservation, de préservation et de transmission aujourd'hui. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Vergès. Nous approchons un peu la fin de cette séance, mais nous avons une dernière conclusion qui est déjà pré-enregistrée par Madame Lima. Maintenant, nous allons écouter la conclusion de Madame Lima et après, on va continuer pour terminer cette panel. It's coming. Yeah. Maybe we need still help of our friends, the technician, the technical assistant is needed here. Okay, that's great. Now we can start.
How to make Brazilian museums more inclusive space for Afro-descendants and promote their cultural contributions accordingly. We have to think about this. First thing I can say that we have to remember 4 words: listen, recognize, help, and support. The first thing that we have to listen to the people. And when I say listen, it's not just to hear, but to consider what they're saying, to take notes, to understand, to share understanding, I mean. That is the first thing. To recognize is to deeply know that what the people, what they claim to the museum, what they want to put in exhibition are things that are important to them. So we have to consider that really. We have to discuss their choices as we discuss our visions of historiography, about art. We have to discuss in the same level of importance of knowledge. We have to recognize their knowledge, because their knowledge are our knowledge also. We have to help. We have to help if we have more resources. We have more easy ways to get funding. If we have better buildings or spaces to accede. So we have to help. We have to share these spaces. We have to think how to help them to put their spaces, their place of memory more comfortable. And we have to support. We have to support with our technical knowledge, our skills, but we have to support also in a position that knows that what they have done to the construction of our countries, our world, is so important. And it has been so silenced that we should see that space of the new museums or the revision of museum as a reparation issue. Yes, we are talking about reparation. We are talking about citizen rights. We are talking about recognizing, and I get the word again, that our society, the richness of our countries has been made over the shoulders of those people. And in that case, I say those people, but I feel included in this history. And I'm not just talking about me as a historian or someone who has had access to studies, no? until PhD, but I am talking about someone who had lived her life completely and deeply inside these communities. So I say, to make museums more inclusive, we have to call those people to be curators. And we have to consider them as curators, really. We have to help their museums that have been built in their communities. In Rio de Janeiro, we have Maré Museum, a museum that is inside a favela that some people call as a community area. So we have to know that what we are doing when we call communities, Afro-descendants communities, to be inside the museums, we are just recognizing and telling the world that we recognize their rights to memory, their rights to history, and these are human rights. So I deeply recommend that we listen, recognize, help, and support African descendants in building their own space of memory, their own museums in their communities, but also change our museum's exposition. As I said before, a group of historians and museologists made interventions in the very tradition, over a very traditional exhibition at the National Historical Museum here in Rio de Janeiro. We have to make another kind of intervention and another kind of exhibitions also. Well, this is my first words, but I really would like to continue discussing with you how to represent the history of slavery and the slave trade, a very painful part of this history, in a museum, because it is an issue that is very hot, is a very hot discussion here, and it's not just a question of to put the story in the museum, but especially how to tell this story with truth, but also with the feeling of an affirmative and long history of fight and resistance. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Great. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to the end of this session. Unfortunately, because of the lack of time, we don't have time for Q&A, but indeed, our dear panelists are here, and you are the most welcome. If you have any question, just after we're finishing here, you may directly address to them. Once again, I would like to thank you all for attending this panel right now. And I also would like to thank warmly our panelists, whose reactions provided precious insight into how the harmful legacies of enslavement are still survived, leading to a marginalization of Afro-descendants, arts, and presence within museums. Indeed, your recommendations to consolidate museums' role as a memory keepers and promoters of peace will be shared to our relevant networks. I also would like to underline that a book on the representation of enslavement in museums will be published and issued by UNESCO in the following weeks. You are invited also to follow the news and also to read this book. This book was written by the late great historian and former member of the UNESCO Roots Roots of Enslaved People International Scientific Committee, Nelly Schmidt. Allow me to thank once again my colleagues in UNESCO culture sector for inviting SHS, Social and Human Sciences sector, to be part of this long day-to-day event and also presenting this panel. I would like here also to name my former colleagues who left UNESCO for retirement but contributed so much to museum program and also the roots of enslaved people, namely my dear colleague Bernard Jacot, who is here in the room today, and I know that he was very active for the museums, and still he is very passionate and continues to follow the program's activities. And also two other colleagues, Mr. Doudou Diène, who was the director of the Roots of Dialogue program. The Roots of Enslaved People indeed was part of this program during 1990s. And later, Mr. Ali Moussaye, that he was very passionate to this project and program, and they contributed enormously. What we are doing nowadays within this program is somehow the legacy of these two former colleagues. I wish also to inform you that we will have a break here, and then again at 2:30, this event, day-long event will continue, and you are invited to be here, especially for a panel on collective cultural rights in the context of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So I stop here, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Have a nice break, and bon appétit.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we will be starting our session very soon. I would like to invite our panelists to join me on the podium, please. We also have two panelists joining us online, Lucina Jimenez and Mohamed Zine El Abidine. I don't know if we can see them on the screen. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. All right. So thank you very much for being here with us today. So as you have seen on the program, we're starting the third and last session of this event, which will be dedicated to collective cultural rights in the context of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. You know that you've probably followed the morning. We have already engaged in in-depth discussions across the previous 2 sessions. In the first session, panelists touched upon very critical issues of return and restitution of cultural property in relation to communities' engagement. And in the second session, you discussed African diaspora perspective on museum collections, including in relation to the legacies of the colonial era. Now we're reaching the third session, and we will discuss another facet of museums' role in relation to communities, focusing in particular on the protection and promotion of the cultural expressions of indigenous peoples. Our conversation now will focus on the role that museums can play as catalysts in preserving and celebrating indigenous languages and cultures. We will discuss notably ways to strengthen the exercise of collective cultural rights, notably for indigenous communities. Our discussion, as you know, falls within the broader context of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Now, let me briefly recall the objective of this session. Throughout the session, we aim to discuss strategies for ensuring respect and the exercise of collective cultural rights, aligning with the International Decade, as I was mentioning earlier. We will also explore the multifaceted role of museums in providing access to culture, so focusing on this particular issue of access, supporting preservation initiatives, but also fostering spaces for cultural diversity. And finally, we will examine effective engagement strategies for museums with indigenous communities to enhance appreciation and understanding of their cultural significance. Before delving into the discussion with our esteemed panelists, let me maybe briefly provide an overview of the ongoing conversation on cultural rights more broadly from UNESCO's perspective, particularly in the follow-up to the UNESCO Mondiacult Conference on Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development. From the outset, UNESCO considers that cultural rights are an integral part of human rights, not only as a core component of human rights, but also as an enabler for the exercise of other human rights more broadly. In this sense, setbacks in cultural rights are a key component of inequalities, of the multifaceted nature of inequalities. And by enhancing the rights, the exercise of cultural rights, societies can catalyze social inclusion processes, aligning with broader efforts to combat racism, gender discrimination, and global inequalities, which is an issue that you have also addressed earlier today in the morning sessions. In a similar vein, cultural rights as a whole can be considered inherently collective because the focus of our discussion now is about collective cultural rights, as they refer to individuals as members of communities, encompassing a broad spectrum of rights that include the right to exist as a community, the right to equality and non-discrimination on cultural grounds, or community cultural rights. Now, I was mentioning earlier the Mondiacult, UNESCO Mondiacult Conference. You may know that this conference led to a ministerial declaration which explicitly called for the respect and exercise of both individual and collective cultural rights. So the declaration is a strong call for UNESCO member states and also for UNESCO as an organization to strongly engage in the field of cultural rights in all areas of culture, from tangible and intangible heritage to the cultural and creative sectors and museums. So the declaration is a strong push to reinvigorate this commitment, both for the countries and for UNESCO's mandate. Finally, cultural rights are also an integral component of UNESCO's conventions and recommendations, which collectively protect these rights from a wide range of angles, including artists and cultural practitioners, indigenous communities and museums, among others. I would just like to very briefly point at a few ongoing processes related to cultural rights in other UNESCO normative frameworks, namely the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage, the 2005 Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expression, or the 1980 Recommendation on the Status of the Artists. So today we will focus more specifically on the 2015 recommendation on the role of museums. And as you see, it's a broader conversation that touches upon the different UNESCO conventions and recommendations. In the field of cultural rights, UNESCO has also launched a work stream on culture and human rights as part of the UN Interagency Platform on Culture and Sustainable Development, working very closely with OHCHR, with a special rapporteur on cultural rights, with ILO and also UN Women, among other agencies. So you see that it's a conversation that's expanding beyond UNESCO, also together with other UN agencies whose mandate focuses on rights. Now, let's delve into the discussion with our panelists. I would like to warmly welcome our 5 panelists whom you see also on the screen. Thank you very much for accepting to join our discussion today and to share your experience with us. So let me briefly share with you the way that we will conduct this discussion. I will first engage the conversation with our panelists through a set of questions. We will then open the floor for an interactive Q&A sessions. If any of the members of the audience have questions or comments to raise to our panelists, and before coming to the closing session of this event. Now, I invite each of our panelists to share their insights on the importance of collective cultural rights in the preservation of indigenous languages and cultures from the specific perspective of museums, which is the focus of our discussion today. Alors, je vais peut-être commencer par Monsieur Mohamed Zine El Abidine. Mohamed, est-ce que vous nous entendez? On ne vous entend pas, alors peut-être qu'il faut allumer le micro. Alors, je crois qu'il faut résoudre un problème de son. Monsieur Zine El Abidine, vous êtes le directeur culture et communication à l'Organisation du monde islamique pour l'éducation, les sciences et la culture, l'ICESCO. Vous étiez auparavant ministre des Affaires culturelles de la Tunisie. Vous avez également un parcours universitaire et de recherche en tant que professeur des universités et président des salons de la Sorbonne. Monsieur Zine El Abidine, ma question est la suivante. Pourriez-vous partager votre perspective sur le rôle des musées en faveur des peuples et langues autochtones, notamment au regard de votre expérience dans une organisation internationale, mais également en tant que ministre? Et plus spécifiquement, comment voyez-vous le rôle éducatif des musées? Comment en faire des espaces réellement inclusifs pour toutes les communautés, y compris au regard des peuples autochtones? Puisque vous êtes aujourd'hui mandaté au sein d'une organisation intergouvernementale, mais que vous avez également une expérience en tant qu'ancien ministre, comment les organisations intergouvernementales, en lien avec les pouvoirs publics nationaux, peuvent-elles, doivent-elles accompagner ce processus? Monsieur Zine El Abidine.
D'abord, merci Emmanuel pour cette excellente occasion qui nous est fournie pour débattre d'un sujet très important en rapport avec les politiques culturelles pour le développement durable, à connotation muséale, mais pas seulement. C'est en rapport avec le patrimoine et en rapport aussi avec, disons, une approche de politique holistique qui pourrait servir à mettre en place ces connexions justement entre patrimoine, musée, culture, art et langue autochtone, Afrique. Donc c'est une occasion vraiment tout à fait propice pour ce genre de convergence. Si tu me permets d'abord, Emmanuel, l'espace muséal n'est pas un espace d'histoire seulement, il est un espace d'anticipation pour le futur et un espace de réaction aussi, pour en faire une appropriation capable de lui insuffler un sens toujours régénéré. Donc ça, c'est d'une part. L'espace muséal aussi, évidemment, essaie de porter cette mémoire, mais aussi exige que l'on y travaille par toute forme de médiation artistique, culturelle, en termes de sciences humaines aussi. Donc c'est important que notre approche ne soit pas circonstanciée ou vraiment limitative de l'espace muséal en général et du musée en particulier. Je crois qu'on devrait de plus en plus prétexter de ces musées pour leur signifier tout ce qu'on peut justement entreprendre comme initiative à même de leur redonner un sens et d'abord de redorer leur blason. Il y a nombreux dans les pays, y compris des pays islamiques, dans de nombreux pays, nombreuses exceptions qui considèrent que le musée comme étant quelque chose de rompu. C'est-à-dire il y a une forme de division, je dirais, une forme de scission et une forme de rupture par rapport au présent et voire à l'anticipation à l'avenir. Il y a un espace c'est-à-dire à découvrir, mais un espace aussi à réinsuffler. Donc, je dirais aussi par là même que notre apport, nous, dans le cadre de l'ICESCO, essaye de pallier justement ces insuffisances, ces carences en termes de bonne valorisation des musées. Malheureusement, nous manquons, il faut le dire, et c'est l'occasion de le dire, nous manquons d'approche inclusive en termes de gouvernance et je dirais même de management des musées. Ça veut dire que on considère que les musées, c'est comme quelque chose qui appartient à notre vécu culturel, mais qui est en même temps excentré par rapport à cette vérité ou cette réalité culturelle. Ça veut dire qu'il y a un vrai problème de valorisation de ces musées, il faut le dire. C'est-à-dire que soit nous manquons de subventions par rapport à ça, soit nous manquons de bonnes politiques et de bonne gouvernance quant à ce qui peut être de l'ordre des musées en général. Donc ça, il faut peut-être le rappeler déjà. Donc la deuxième chose, c'est que ces musées répondent aussi à une anticipation, je le disais, en termes de recours à des politiques contre l'injustice. Contre l'injustice, y compris celle qu'a connue l'Afrique et qui continue justement de connaître l'Afrique dans sa réhabilitation ou dans sa mise en exergue justement dans le cadre du sillage de l'héritage et de la mémoire universelle. Donc je pense que l'ICESCO travaille dans ce sens, mais l'ICESCO ne peut pas entreprendre. C'est au pays d'entreprendre, aux pays membres d'entreprendre. Nous essayons par la réhabilitation, je proche en général, qui ne sont pas des droits, des droits en autarcie par rapport à d'autres droits, qui sont les droits politiques, qui sont les droits économiques, les droits sociaux, etc., les droits culturels, font partie justement de, je dirais, cette dignité humaine à avoir accès à la formation, à la création, à la mémoire, au savoir-faire, aux compétences, à tout ce qui peut réellement donner un sens à une forme d'adhésion justement à cette mémoire universelle, quoi qu'elle soit dans la diversité, qu'elle soit répertoriée justement et rappelée à ce particularisme dont nous devons évidemment saluer le sens et sans doute l'essence et l'importance. Donc, cette, je dirais, convergence de l'intérêt pour les musées d'abord, en rappelant l'intérêt que nous devrions avoir, c'est-à-dire dans nos pays membres pour l'ICESCO comme ailleurs, d'ailleurs pour l'UNESCO, pour l'ALEXO, pour l'OIF, etc. Je pense qu'il y a un vrai travail justement à entreprendre dans ce sens-là pour réhabiliter les musées et je pense qu'il y a un travail fort à faire en termes de sensibilisation. la sensibilisation pour les pouvoirs publics, mais aussi pour la société civile, pour les associations, pour le travail citoyen en général, et l'implication citoyenne pour que finalement ce travail ne soit pas dicté ou ne soit pas imposé, mais qui soit dû essentiellement à une conviction réelle de pouvoir le porter dans un sens collégial, concerté et pluriel, collectif. Donc, ça d'une part. D'autre part, l'intérêt de réhabiliter, je dirais, ou de revoir le sens du travail muséal, non pas en tant que conservation seulement, mais aussi en tant que valorisation. Valorisation, donc, qui ferait appel à d'autres ajouts et à d'autres contributions, à d'autres apports, dont justement le travail artistique, dont le travail en termes de création digitale, dont le travail en termes d'économie numérique, en termes aussi d'approche solidaire et sociale, en tant que compétences, savoir et savoir-faire. C'est très important aussi d'intégrer tout ça dans le cadre inclusif d'une pédagogie capable d'insuffler à ces musées non seulement un aspect de reconnaissance de l'histoire, mais aussi de régénérescence de cette histoire et aussi de travail autour de cette histoire pour qu'elle soit perpétuée non pas comme étant un legs seulement du passé, mais aussi à travers un regard toujours vivifiant, toujours revisitant, toujours. Cela est très important. Et le troisième point sur lequel je voudrais beaucoup insister en termes de langue autochtone et en termes d'Afrique, en termes aussi d'art d'Afrique, en termes aussi de travail qu'on pourrait faire pour la diversité et la reconnaissance de cette Afrique, il faut dire, Emmanuel, et d'ailleurs j'en parlais avec mes collègues aujourd'hui même, sur le plan de l'importance de cette Afrique. Jusqu'à présent, j'étais en train de lire un rapport justement d'une organisation, je ne la citerai pas, mais d'une organisation qui faisait mention du rapport de cette culture africaine, de ces langues africaines, de ces arts africains, etc., comme étant en rapport avec une référence populaire et une segmentation populaire, une référence méthodologique populaire, en référence à une forme de hiérarchie des savoirs, des arts, des langues, etc., qui se faisait en tant que, d'abord, langue savante, ou culture savante, ou art savant. Ensuite, une référence à la culture qui serait en rapport avec ce qu'ils appellent les cultures à grand public, les publics, donc c'est-à-dire la culture. Et enfin, c'est-à-dire à ce qui serait une culture d'un point de vue connoté, c'est-à-dire et l'Afrique et les cultures d'Afrique, les langues d'Afrique ont été considérées tous comme tradition, comme étant ou comme faisant partie justement de cette culture dite populaire. Donc si déjà sur le plan muséal, sur le plan méthodologique, sur le plan scientifique, nous n'arrivons pas, c'est-à-dire à discerner ces nuances pour ne pas leur imposer déjà une hiérarchie des arts, des savoirs et des connaissances, alors que ce qui était considéré comme folklore ou art populaire, c'est-à-dire il est de l'art oral, des langues orales, des langages oraux, etc., plutôt que de les situer dans des contextes d'appropriation péjorative, je dirais. Donc il y a aussi un travail à faire pour les scientifiques, pour les chercheurs, donc déjà à reconsidérer ces langues, ces langages, ces arts africains dans ce qu'ils portent et apportent comme particularité significative pour le monde et pour la mémoire universelle. Ensuite, je pense que ce qui est considéré comme étant la culture savante, c'est plutôt la culture scripturaire ou scripturale. C'est de la culture de l'écrit qui a été bien sûr induite depuis la Renaissance et la modernité qui a son importance. Donc là, c'est tout à fait important à reconsidérer. Donc, et bien sûr, une troisième culture qui anticipe le tout maintenant, c'est la culture digitale. Et c'est la culture qui est essentiellement numérique. Si déjà notre apport par rapport à l'approche des musées, par rapport à l'approche des sciences et recherches de l'Afrique et de l'espace muséal, et aussi notre c'est-à-dire distanciation par rapport à ce qui peut être justement les préjugés Et sur cette manière de pouvoir mettre tout sur le même plan, je pense qu'on a tout intérêt à nuancer. C'est un travail qui ne dépend pas d'institutions, Emmanuel. C'est un travail qui ne dépend pas d'organisation seulement. Ce n'est pas un travail qui dépend aussi de la conscience des pays. C'est un travail que nous devrions tous faire ensemble, en tant que volonté individuelle et collective, pour pouvoir resituer justement ces enjeux-là. On ne peut pas parler d'une valorisation de l'espace muséal, de langues autochtones et langages autochtones, de l'Afrique dans sa multidimensionnalité, dans sa diversité, si nous n'avons pas déjà une conscience de ce que pourrait être notre travail de recherche à l'université, dans les laboratoires, etc., pour redorer le blason d'une certaine vérité ou au moins rectifier cette injustice qui est toujours dans le regard de la culture noire et la culture qui est représentée par l'Afrique. Donc je crois que ici, nous, par exemple, là, en Tunisie, du temps où j'ai exercé mes fonctions de ministre, on a essayé beaucoup de parler de la culture de l'africanité comme étant, alors la saison de la culture africaine, comme étant une nuance des droits culturels pour la diversité, pour la citoyenneté culturelle, pour l'entrepreneuriat culturel, pour aussi ce qui pouvait être de l'ordre, c'est-à-dire du particularisme, mais parlant, signifiant. Il y avait de mon temps la culture insulaire, pour dire à quel point il était question aussi d'insister sur la culture des îles, la culture aussi transfrontalière, qui est un lieu de partage entre les pays. Il y avait la culture aussi ouvrière, pour dire que la culture de l'ouvrier, etc., c'est une tradition, c'est une culture particulière. Il y avait la culture incarcérale, c'est-à-dire la culture de l'espace, donc où il y avait évidemment de l'espace carcéral, où il y avait aussi une particularité. Il y avait la culture africaine pour voir au-delà justement de cette appartenance à qui pouvait la mêler à un fourre-tout, mais nuancer son propos, comprendre ses origines, ses manifestations, ses expressions, etc. Donc, je pense que en essayant de rétablir ces faits dans leur véracité, dans leur immanence factuelle, c'est-à-dire historique et géographique, je pense que le musée, en tant qu'espace justement de réflexion, mais aussi de vie, un espace de partage, un espace aussi de projection pour l'avenir. Il y a vraiment fort à faire et je vous remercie infiniment pour cette occasion qui nous est donnée, non pas pour avoir des réponses, mais pour susciter beaucoup plus les questionnements qui sont relatifs à ces interfaces entre les droits culturels, entre l'africanité, les espaces muséaux, et j'en passe, pour pouvoir, c'est-à-dire anticiper une culture, et au-delà d'une culture, une politique culturelle qui soit vraiment sur des assises de respect, de la diversité, et surtout des nouveaux rôles qui incombent de plus en plus à la culture dans les économies mauves, les économies oranges, les économies aussi environnementales, mais à connotation patrimoniale. Par exemple, ces nouvelles connaissances, ces nouvelles stratégies, ces nouvelles, c'est-à-dire orientations, nous aident vraiment à mieux situer les enjeux culturels qui font partie intégrante de votre sujet aussi de débat.
Un grand merci, Mohamed. Donc, c'était une perspective très large et très riche sur le sujet qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. Vous avez évoqué le rôle de précurseur d'anticipation des musées dans la lutte contre l'injustice, pour la justice sociale, mais aussi pour une approche plus inclusive de la diversité des cultures et de la diversité des langues. Vous avez justement rappelé cette tendance à la hiérarchisation des langues. Vous avez aussi appelé à la responsabilité des pouvoirs publics, mais aussi de la recherche, du monde académique, et c'est une perspective qu'on pourra aussi entendre d'autres orateurs aujourd'hui. Alors Mohamed, on serait très heureux de vous garder. Je crois que vous êtes en voiture et que vous allez avoir peut-être quelques difficultés. Si vous arrivez à rester avec nous, ce sera avec un grand plaisir. Et donc une fois qu'on a passé la phase de discussion, on aura une phase de questions-réponses. Si vous êtes encore avec nous à ce moment-là, notre public pourra vous poser des questions. Merci beaucoup, Mohamed.
Merci beaucoup.
Alors, donc, I will now turn to Mrs. Mariana Francoso. Welcome, Mariana. You are an associate professor of museum studies at Leiden University, focusing your research on the collection and circulation of indigenous objects and knowledge from Brazil to Europe at the intersection of anthropology and history. Mariana, could you share your first thoughts, insights on the topic of our session from your perspective coming from the academic world?
Okay, can you hear me well? Is that okay? Okay, good. Well, first of all, thank you to UNESCO and to the organizers of this day, this 3-session day, for inviting me to share my thoughts and my experiences here with you. I speak as an anthropologist and historian who does research in academia, so at the university in the Netherlands. But I come originally from Brazil, so I sort of like to think I'm representing both perspectives a little bit. That's certainly where my research comes from. So what I'd like to reflect, and that might not be very original, or let's put it nicely, I will echo some of the things that have been said by my colleagues earlier today. Museums can be important political platforms for indigenous peoples and other communities in the defense of their collective cultural rights. That's where we start. Museums can be a platform, not only a platform because they are knowledge repositories, but because they can provide access. They can provide holistic access. I'll explain what I mean by holistic in a minute. And they can also provide visibility to disseminate the issues that indigenous peoples want to talk about, to have in the public realm, in a way that other institutions might not be able to. When we think about the museum, we always think of a big national building. That means there's a projection of the things that are happening there. But if we think of smaller scale museums, they also have this power of being cultural centers, of being platforms from which indigenous peoples can talk. So in terms of how to do that, should I go into that or should I stop? Can I continue? I'll continue, okay. So in terms of how to do this very big thing, holistic thing that I've discussed, I think some elements are central. First, it is important to more and more appoint representatives from indigenous communities to fulfill key roles, important positions, positions of power, positions of decision-making in the museum world. And I say that, and as a very nice example coming from Brazil now, speaking from Brazil, is the recent appointment of Dr. Fernanda Caingang, who was our student in Leiden, but is a very important indigenous Brazilian activist, woman activist. She has been appointed as director of the Museum of Indigenous Peoples in Rio de Janeiro. So that's an example of an incredibly potent, let's say, powerful thing that can be done in order to help access, to help disseminate these, the points of view of indigenous peoples. Indigenous representatives in key positions. Museums can facilitate access, museums can facilitate visits, museums can facilitate collaborative research, collaborative exhibition making, all of these things that we have also discussed or mentioned at least in the previous sessions, not only through funding, but also through time. In my experience, I've realized that working together with indigenous communities and museums requires a time frame that we sometimes are not allowed to have. Sometimes funders want results very quickly. Now, this type of work, the work for collective cultural rights, is a work that takes time and takes engagement and takes trust from the different parties, and trust you can always build through time. So those are important elements. Building trust, having time, having funds when possible. We know that this is a bit of a wishful thinking from all of our parts, but we remain hopeful. And then to go into some specific details, like how do we do this? How do you see this happening, Mariana? Well, I've been working, so my research is indeed about the collections of indigenous objects, if we can call them that. I'm not indigenous, so I will call them objects, but I know that they are more than that. But also those collections of objects or collections of knowledge, of images produced by indigenous peoples and taken to Europe in the colonial period. So I'm thinking 16th, 17th, sometimes 18th century. And I've had the very nice opportunity to work together first with the Kapor indigenous community of the Amazon. That's a collaboration that was facilitated and participated also by our colleagues from the Museu Gueudi in Brazil, in Pará, in Belém do Pará. At the time, I was working at the National Museum of Ethnology in the Netherlands, which is now the World Museum. Hi, Miriam, so your museum. And we developed a collaborative research project funded generously by Ibermuseus. I would like to acknowledge them here, in which the Kapor came to Leiden, studied the collections together with us. They talked to the objects. We're talking about language. A very important thing is to let things happen in the languages that they need to happen. So the Kapor were talking about the objects amongst themselves in Kapor. I, unfortunately, do not speak it. Claudia Lopes from the Museu Gueudi speaks a little bit. She could understand a few words, but in fact, one of the Kapor, Valdemar, he was responsible for translating things to us. And what happened was that they would choose an object to discuss amongst themselves. They would talk about it for a very long time, like 30 minutes sometimes, 20 minutes, and then they'd come back to us, and Valdemar would say, okay, this is a cup made of paper, recycled paper, and it's for you to drink water, and that's it. And we'd be like, well, but you talked for 20 minutes. What else did you say? No. What we have to say to you is that this is a glass of water, and here you go. You can write it on your platform, your TMS, the museum system, and that's it. So it's important, and then I go back to what Miriam was saying this morning about authority and ownership. You have to let go we have to let go of our desire to know everything. Not everything is for us to know, and that's it. And acknowledge that, embrace that, be happy about that, and move forward. So that's one of the things I learned, and I think it stayed with me, and I try to teach my students that we need, in order to really make museums these welcoming places, letting go of authority, as Miriam said, but just embracing the things you cannot understand or control, it's essential. 10 years later, so this was in 2013, 14, 10 years later, I was again very happily able to continue the work with the Kapor, this time funded by an European Research Council grant, which I also acknowledge here. And we brought the Kapor once more to Leiden. They wanted to come to Leiden. And instead, we visited the Museum of Ethnology again, but we also went to Naturalis, which is the Museum of Biodiversity and a research center, very important research center of biodiversity in the Netherlands. And we did that, and Claudia Lopes was again involved, and other colleagues from Naturalis, Ginda Fernando, Caroline Caromano were involved. We wanted to make our perspective of working with indigenous peoples broader than simply with a lot of inverted commas, but then exclusively objects. We wanted to look at other types of collections. So we looked at the ornithological collection at Naturalis. We looked at the herbarium together. We looked at the new permanent display, which is sort of like a weird. Well, it's about wonder and diversity. And again, well, there were many lessons there. Together, we went to the library and we read a book written in the 17th century about the nature of Brazil, which was written by two Dutch scholars based on indigenous knowledge. So we read that book together with the Kapor representatives. They found words in Kapor language there. They found knowledge that they still hold written in that book. So we found ways to connect those different forms of knowledge. And they said they were thankful that knowledge from so long ago was preserved in the form of a book in that museum and that they could have access to that. So that was, again, a fantastic exercise of broadening the way we think about museums and collections and libraries, right? Those are repositories of knowledge that can be opened up for very, very interesting research. And then the last example I'll give, and hope more people want to talk, is that still at Naturalis, we were looking at the ornithological reserve storage area. And if you've seen one, you know that there are drawers and drawers and drawers, and if you open them, you see all of those bird. Obviously, they no longer live. And there are hundreds of them, hundreds. And we were there with the Kapor, and then very quietly, Valdemar Kapor, who's one of the elders, looked and said, I see, we understand, I get it, yeah. No, we, the Kapor, we also have those exact birds in our museum. The forest is our museum, except in our museum, the birds still live. But okay, your birds cannot live, so okay, that was it, and then we moved on. But there was such a beautiful way to summarize how the very idea of knowledge and repositories of knowledge, the epistemologies of how you know and how you preserve and how you produce knowledge, this can be evoked in one simple visit. What we learned, what Naturalis learned, and then later we talked to a reporter, a journalist who wrote about that in the paper. So you see the museum is working as a platform because it has knowledge, it gives access to knowledge, it learns from the way others understand their knowledge, and they allow in that exercise for indigenous people to talk about the forest, their territory. It's a word I haven't used yet, but it's an essential element of the collective cultural rights of indigenous peoples, at least for the case of Brazil, which I know is the preservation of their territory, is their right to remain living as they want to live in their own territory. And a visit to a natural history museum in Leiden, in the Netherlands, allowed them to reflect about that, to talk about it, and taught everyone there and everyone who read the paper the next day about how indigenous epistemologies deal with knowledge repositories and how having the forest, maintaining the territory is essential in maintaining their lives and maintaining their knowledge. So I get a bit emotional. I will stop. I hope the example was clear enough. So basically I'm saying, yes, let's make it broader, let's make it holistic, let's have people in, let's have people at places of power. We're learning. Museums are really, well, you all said this, I don't have to, but cultural power capsules. And each museum will find the way to promote that. So yeah, I guess that's what I have to say. I'll stop. Apologies for the time I took.
Thank you very much, Mariana. So again, you insisted on the need for this holistic approach. You spoke of the role of museums as political platforms for the exercise of collective cultural rights of indigenous people, speaking to issues of knowledge, knowledge repositories, access, visibility, but also as spaces for indigenous communities to speak about their territory, and you particularly insisted on that aspect, referring to specific, very interesting examples. So thank you very much, Mariana. Alors je me tourne maintenant vers vous, Monsieur Vital Bambandze. Vous êtes membre du Forum permanent des Nations Unies sur les questions autochtones. Vous êtes également le directeur de l'unité pour la promotion des Batwa et ancien sénateur du Burundi et représentant du peuple autochtone Batwa au Sénat dans votre pays. Vous êtes enfin un spécialiste des langues et littérature africaines. Monsieur Bambandze, au regard de votre parcours que je viens de dénoncer, pourriez-vous partager vos perspectives sur la thématique qui nous réunit aujourd'hui? Quel est selon vous le rôle des musées pour la préservation des cultures et des langues autochtones?
Bon après-midi, Emmanuela et tout le monde. Merci à vous et toute l'équipe de l'UNESCO pour nous avoir invités à cet atelier de grande importance en tant que membre de la communauté autochtone Batwa du Burundi et en Afrique, et aussi en tant que membre de l'instance permanente des Nations Unies sur les questions autochtones. et qui fut aussi membre du mécanisme des experts des Nations Unies sur les questions autochtones. Donc, je peux dire que les langues autochtones constituent un élément positif et d'un autre côté, il y a un élément négatif sur le parcours et le respect des droits des peuples autochtones. En tant qu'enfant qui suis né dans la communauté autochtone, je sais ce que dit les langues autochtones à cause de la marginalisation, parce que nous exprimions en nos langues et nous pensions que c'était notre nature, notre identité. Mais à l'école, quand on parlait notre langue, directement, on était identifié et c'était l'objet de la marginalisation, c'était l'objet de la discrimination. Et quelquefois, beaucoup d'enfants de mon âge, quand j'étais enfant, ont dû abandonner l'école à cause de la façon dont nous parlons le Kirundi. Et cela se rejoint aussi au niveau même des autres pays en Afrique, même au niveau international, parce que les cultures des peuples autochtones sont vues par des concepteurs de l'inégalité des gens comme des cultures inférieures, malgré qu'elles renferment des choses positives. Et nous saluons déjà les efforts qui sont consentis au niveau international pour la promotion et la protection des droits des peuples autochtones. Et cet atelier, je pense, est un des éléments qui démontre qu'il y a un engouement et une ouverture sur la protection spécifique des droits des peuples autochtones. Et on peut dire qu'au niveau des années, il y a eu une évolution dans ce sens, même qu'il y a maintenant l'instance permanente des Nations Unies sur les questions autochtones. Il y a le mécanisme des experts des Nations Unies sur les droits des peuples autochtones. Il y a le rapporteur spécial sur les droits et libertés fondamentales des peuples autochtones. Et il y a la Déclaration des Nations Unies qui a été votée et qui, dans ces articles, met un accent particulier sur la promotion et la protection spécifique des questions autochtones. De mon côté, je pense que il y a plusieurs questions qu'on peut se poser. Pourquoi maintenant il y a un engouement de la protection et la reconnaissance des droits des peuples autochtones et surtout la vote massive de la déclaration en 2007. C'est cette déclaration qui affirme des droits des peuples autochtones en ce qui concerne les langues, leur patrimoine culturel, leurs savoirs traditionnels, les expressions culturelles, ainsi que les manifestations passées, actuelles et futures de leur culture. Nous avons la cosmovision et maintenant, il y a beaucoup de choses qui se disent au niveau de la protection de l'environnement. On parle de changement climatique, on parle de la désertification et on parle de la diversité biologique. Comment tout le monde peut savoir ça? Parce que nous sommes conscients que nous, les peuples autochtones, vivons en harmonie avec l'environnement et faisons des activités d'atténuation et d'adaptation au changement climatique pour protéger l'environnement. Et nous sommes sûrs que les activités traditionnelles, la cosmovision du monde par les peuples autochtones vont dans le sens de protéger l'environnement. Et si on parle de conférences des parties sur le changement climatique et des recommandations pour ne pas polluer, nous, les peuples autochtones, faisons toutes les activités de protection de l'environnement. Alors, si nous transmettons à nos générations futures la façon traditionnelle de conserver l'environnement, comment alors aller dans les COP et enseigner à des universités la façon de protéger sans protéger les langues par lesquelles nous devons transmettre les savoirs traditionnels des peuples autochtones? Nous considérons que pour nous, les peuples autochtones, les problèmes ne viennent pas au niveau interne. Ça vient principalement des pressions que subissent les peuples autochtones sur leurs terres, les ressources naturelles et leurs territoires du fait des activités liées au développement moderne. Dites moderne, c'est dans ce sens-là que, par exemple, les peuples autochtones qui vivent dans les forêts ont dit « vous êtes sous-développés, il faut quitter les forêts pour aller vivre en ville ». Et là, il y a suivi de destruction de l'environnement, l'abattage des forêts. Et il y a toujours des consensus qui sont entreprises par les gouvernements et les multinationaux pour détruire l'environnement, et il n'y a aucune consultation entre les peuples autochtones ou les représentants pour une compensation ou sur l'avenir de l'humanité à part entière. Pour ce qui concerne les musées pour nous, nous pensons que les musées et les sites culturels autochtones, parce que les musées, je pense, sont différents des sites culturels, et nous considérons que les sites culturels sont beaucoup plus valeureux que les musées, parce que les grandes maisons où on construit, on met des ordinateurs pour cueillir des informations auprès de nos communautés et les amener dans de grands musées ou même ici à l'UNESCO sans nous consulter, ça n'a pas de valeur. Mais pour nous, nous estimons que ce sont des espaces vivants, des lieux de fierté et où on partage nos traditions, nos connaissances et des expériences où ça serait mis en valeur. Donc chacun a leur façon, ils offrent d'une manière ou d'une autre des échanges entre le peuple et ça sert en lien ou en pont entre nos ancêtres et les générations présentes et les générations futures. C'est-à-dire que tout ce que nous voulons du monde, nous n'allons pas les étudier à l'école, mais plutôt ça doit venir de ce que les ancêtres ont légué à nos parents et que nous devons léguer à nos enfants. Donc ce musée constituerait pour nous une sorte de liaison entre nos cultures et surtout que nos cultures sont liées par le patrimoine immatériel, c'est-à-dire ce qui est intangible, ce qu'on ne peut pas toucher directement comme ce qu'on le dit dans les universités. C'est-à-dire que pour moi, en tant que représentant des peuples autochtones, nous devons interroger tout ce qui est tradition, tout ce qui est moderne pour concevoir un monde d'une telle culturalité. C'est-à-dire prendre ce qui est moderne et prendre ce qui est de la tradition pour bâtir un monde où tout le monde se sent bien à l'aise et ainsi construire un monde meilleur où nous devons vivre en harmonie. C'est-à-dire que ma culture n'est pas inférieure à ta culture. Si je parle français, ce n'est pas la colonisation. Si je parle l'anglais, c'est parce que je vais faire une communication avec l'autre. C'est-à-dire que j'ai une ouverture. Pour mon respect aussi, il faut que ma culture aussi soit comprise, pas être considérée comme une culture des profanes, une culture des païens, une culture des religions traditionnelles, mais une culture qui peut amener en plus pour un monde meilleur. Je pense que je peux essayer de m'en arrêter là pour peut-être donner la parole aux autres, mais en tant qu'Africain, j'ai compris par exemple quand on parlait de le rapatriement des objets d'art qui sont partis avec la période d'esclavage et les afro-descendants où ils sont, mais il y a toujours ce problème au niveau, par exemple, de l'Afrique, parce que je vais parler comme maintenant en tant qu'Africain. Il y a ce problème qui existe encore entre les Africains. On parle de la colonisation européenne, mais nous, les peuples autochtones, sommes toujours en colonisation par les autres peuples autochtones qui nous connaissent comme des peuples inférieurs, alors que quand on parlait de la colonisation avec la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples, on disait qu'il faut l'autodétermination. Laquelle autodétermination met en accent l'égalité de tout le monde, met l'accent sur la dignité, mais l'autodétermination pour vivre la liberté. Mais nous sommes des peuples autochtones encore qui sommes colonisés, qui ne participent pas aux instances de prise de décision au sein de nos pays-nations. Et c'est-à-dire qu'avant de se libérer du joug de la colonisation européenne et de la domination culturelle, il faut aussi se libérer des conceptions d'inégalité entre les groupes et les races, sans citer les questions de femmes qui sont considérées comme des personnes à faire des enfants, des personnes qui ne peuvent pas aller à l'école ou qui ne peuvent pas participer au même titre d'égalité avec les hommes. C'est-à-dire que la question des droits de l'homme doit être comprise dans son entièreté. Et je pense que même les afro-descendants qui sont au Brésil, qui sont en Amérique latine ou ailleurs ou en Amérique, est-ce qu'on conçoit encore la question d'autochtonité, donc les peuples autochtones qui sont partis avec les esclaves, est-ce qu'ils sont reconnus comme tels? Parce que nous sommes sûrs qu'il y a des ancêtres autochtones qui sont partis au niveau des traites négrières, mais qui ont perdu leur identité maintenant. Et s'il y a la reconstitution de l'identité de l'Africain et la reconnaissance de leurs droits, il faut qu'on pense à l'histoire selon la création, parce qu'on dit que nous avons tous été créés à l'image de Dieu, c'est-à-dire que l'inégalité et le mauvais traitement des peuples autochtones devraient être enseignés même aux églises, aux mosquées, pour comprendre que l'image de Dieu est à nous. C'est-à-dire que l'image de Dieu n'est pas pour parler qu'on va aller au ciel. Non, le ciel c'est ici, selon moi, parce que nos ancêtres sont ici et ils nous lient avec nos traditions, nos dieux, nos ancêtres. Et je vous remercie, Madame Emmanuela, et je m'excuse si j'ai été un peu long. C'est parce que nous avons toujours manqué d'espace en tant que peuple autochtone pour nous exprimer et se faire comprendre, parce qu'on pense que même aller à l'école est tabou pour le peuple autochtone, parce que quelquefois même, on dit que quand tu vas à l'école en tant qu'autochtone et que tu réussis, ce n'est pas parce que tu as la capacité intellectuelle comme les autres, mais que tu utilises des gris-gris ou d'autres forces surnaturelles, mais alors que nous sommes conscients que nous sommes dotés de capacités intellectuelles comme les autres. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bambanze, pour cette intervention très forte. Je pense que vous nous avez d'abord rappelé, ça a été dit aussi précédemment, que la hiérarchisation des langues et des cultures a eu des effets très profonds et très concrets en matière d'inégalité, en matière d'injustice dans la vie des individus et des communautés, leur accès à l'éducation. Vous avez fait état d'une évolution plutôt positive, ou en tout cas d'une ouverture sur le sujet, et je pense que la discussion aujourd'hui, elle fait partie aussi de cette ouverture. Vous avez rappelé aussi quelques des éléments importants sur le cadre international, dans le cadre du forum permanent, dans le cadre de la déclaration UNDRIP. Donc ça, c'est important de se rappeler que cette discussion, elle s'inscrit aussi dans un cadre de protection des droits fondamentaux pour les peuples autochtones. Vous avez posé la question de la cosmovision et du rôle essentiel des peuples autochtones dans l'action climatique, notamment la lutte contre la désertification. Et c'est aussi une question qui interpelle le rôle des musées comme espace de transformation sociale. Alors, en ce qui concerne les musées, vous parlez des musées et des sites culturels autochtones et comme des espaces avant tout vivants, des espaces de partage, des espaces de connaissance et de pont entre le passé et l'avenir. Je pense que cet aspect est important. Vous avez également, bien entendu, rappelé l'importance du lien avec le territoire, et c'est aussi un élément qui avait été rappelé par Mariana un petit peu plus tôt. Merci beaucoup pour cette intervention. I'm now turning to you, Mrs. Medea Eckner. Thank you very much. You are Interim Director General of the International Council of Museums, ICOM. You are also a board member of Blue Shield International and a member of the Board of Trustees of the European Museum Forum. You have been working in the art and museum sector for 20 years in Sweden and also in New Zealand. Could you share your perspective on the topic at stake as an expert in strategic planning, museum management and art curatorship, and also as a representative of ICOM? Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear moderator, Emmanuel, Robert, and dear panelists, experts and colleagues. I would like to start by thanking UNESCO for the invitation to participate in this important panel. And I would like to thank you, co-panelists, so far for your important and emotional interventions. As an organization representing an international network of museums, It's an honor for us to participate in this important panel today. It is a known fact that museums have, since their creation, been part of processes that has contributed to the loss of indigenous identities for this panel, but identities in general, and cultures and languages. And although efforts has been made by museums to dismantle processes that maintain structures of exclusion, we are still at the beginning of taking matters in hand to formalize these actions. We do have some challenges that I will connect to maybe later during this panel. We will offer some of course, ideas and thoughts, reflections on how to overcome these challenges as well, and give you some proposals of future actions as well. But just to highlight a couple of points on what we want to achieve in a global sense. For example, we want to recognize, and we do recognize, the integration of different forms of knowledge and knowledge production, and not just the epistemic tradition of Western science. This is a very important point for us. We do want to and do advocate for the surrender of control in methodology and design within the museum field in relation to indigenous peoples and communities. We want to develop a more open-ended and relation-oriented, relation-oriented initiatives in a broad sense, in co-creation with communities. It's impossible to do anything else than co-creation today. We want to move beyond inclusion of indigenous communities in museological processes to empowerment and challenge and fundamentally reform and reject many of our current practices. We want to pursue equality by being aware of power structures and hierarchical tendencies of museums in knowledge production. And we want to highlight that return and restitution is our biggest priorities. And we do advocate on high-level ministerial meetings, such as the G20, for example, next time in Brazil. So I think I stop here as a start, and we can go on to other panelists, and I'm happy to come back to some more clear points.
Thank you very much, Medea. You mentioned the role of museum. You mentioned, I think it's important to recall, that museum contributed to the loss of indigenous knowledge, and now the situation is gradually evolving. This is also something that Mr. Babanze referred to. And you mentioned a number of principles, from the integration of knowledge to the surrender of control, and the development of the open-ended relationship with communities, which also speaks to the example shared by Mariana. Thank you very much. Now I will turn to Mrs. Lucina Jimenez, who is with us online. Lucina, are you still with us?
Yes.
Lucina, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So you're speaking from Mexico, and thank you for joining us at this very early hour for you. Lucina, you are the Director General of the National Institute of Fine Arts and Literature of Mexico, which is the main public institution ruling a network of 18 arts museums. You are also an anthropologist and international consultant in cultural policy, cultural management, and arts. So my question is the following, Mrs. Jimenez: what is the role of museums for the preservation of indigenous languages and culture?
Thank you so much for this invitation. Thank you for the introduction. The first thing I would like to say is that museums in Mexico are part of a very profound social and cultural transformation. And it's related to the change of the cultural policies, bringing conversations in terms of how to create new perspectives in museums, but bringing knowledge, experiences, voices, and activists from the territory to the museums. That means we are facing, for the first time, the recognition of the role of museums in the past as part of the cultural domination. Also, even as part of the exclusion of the voices and cultures of indigenous communities. What is our social process now? We are recognizing the voices and the new expressions of the feelings and demands in terms of cultural, politics, economic, and social rights from the new generation of contemporary indigenous leaders. That's very important because they're demanding not just recognition and protection of the cultural expression, but they're demanding the recognition of their territories, the memories, the protection of their knowledge and technologies, the natural resources, and especially the rights to decide their own present and the future. And this is important because for the first time, the Mexican government, especially our president, encouraged communities, especially traditional authorities and leaders of the several indigenous communities, to create their own justice perspective and to build their own justice planning. What is that? That's an instrument for legal attention of the whole institutions in Mexico and how to face a new relationship between indigenous communities and institutions, including cultural policies, but as well museums, and including the new constitution in terms of the recognition of indigenous communities as a subject of law. That means that they can take in their hands the future, but also the present and how they want to be represented and how they want to live in their communities. That discussion is very crucial because that goes directly to how we can change the classical relationship between communities and museums, and also how to change the notion of the culture in Mexico in terms not just in related to cultural diversity, but how indigenous communities are creating the contemporary culture of nowadays, how they are part of the contemporary artistic perspective, not just creators of art crafts, how to recognize their epistemologies of in terms of technology, the relationship with the nature, the relationship with the planet, and how to change our perspective, not talking about them, but creating with them the new curatorial process in museums. And we are facing very profound and exciting challenges because we are trying to break the barriers between fine arts and popular culture. That is the traditional way to work since the point of view of cultural policies. So we have some experiences very complex because, for example, in the most canonical museum, the Fine Arts Museum of Mexico, we presented an exhibition about art from the Mexican people. But we broke the classification of the relationship among modern, contemporary, and indigenous arts. Even we never said indigenous arts because we designed several dialogues in order to develop the curatorial perspective of the exhibition. And most of the leaders coming from indigenous communities asked not to be described as indigenous because they said, we knew that we were indigenous when we went to school, but before that, we have our own names, the way we define ourselves. So we decided to use those names provided by them, and also to avoid the classification of indigenous, because that was the way they decided to be part of this exhibition. That means we need to integrate certainly several kinds of knowledge in museums, but the main thing is teachers, educators, curators, and also administration in museums need to build together new perspectives of this indigenous knowledge and ways of thinking, because not necessarily they want to be described like as indigenous, because they want to be named by the way they want to be known. So I think this is a very important issue. And also, we are facing another kind of relationship between the demands that they're including in their plan of justice and how they want to describe their sacred sites, for example, or how they want to describe their artistic expressions. They don't want to be recognized as producers of art crafts. They want to be recognized as artistic creators, but in a way that they are not breaking the relationship with the cosmogonic way of thinking, and also they're not breaking the relationship of arts, nature, cycle of life, brain, or even the animals, because they want to be part of the universe. There is a very different way to think. So we're challenging now the intercultural ways of building new curatorial processes and new ways of representing indigenous cultures, sometimes not talking about them as indigenous, as I said before. Finally, I would like to say that we need a conversation about how to professionalize the professionals of museums are facing these new perspectives and needs coming from the demands of the communities, and also how to change the professional training of all the actors that are related to the museums in terms of arts, but also science and technologies, because we are still in a society that usually divides this kind of knowledge, and we need to integrate. And we think that it's important not to be working in museums as the traditional way, because it's not just the mediator or the educator who has to be in touch with the communities, but since the beginning, when including the conception of the exhibition must be part of this intercultural perspective. That's what I would like to share in this first part. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lucina. So you referred to museums as critical to social transformation. You also referred to the importance of museums to bring legal attention to indigenous people and communities, and also something that didn't come earlier, the ways that indigenous people can also create contemporary culture. And you spoke to the way that in Mexico you're now breaking the typical classification between modern, contemporary, indigenous, and that also speaks to ways to present, designate sacred sites, cultural expressions in a way that is appropriate and meaningful for indigenous communities. Finally, you also underlined the importance to invest in professional training to support this evolution in the museum sphere. Thank you very much. So thank you very much to all our panelists for sharing your preliminary insights, and I think it was already quite a substantial introduction, if I may say. Now, maybe I would like to turn back to you all for an additional question. I will maybe ask you to be brief and maybe to focus on more concrete recommendations or elements of solution that you would like to bring on the table. So I would like to start with you, Medea. Could you elaborate on the role of an international museum network such as ICOM in supporting indigenous languages and cultures? Are there any initiatives aimed at preserving indigenous cultural heritage, and how is ICOM fostering environments where exhibitions are not only about indigenous peoples but also curated by them? And if you have like a key recommendation finally that you would like to bring on the table. Thank you.
Everything at once. Thank you for these important questions, of course. Well, okay, let's start with highlighting two standard-setting tools that we have within ICOM, and perhaps an expert group that I would like to highlight as well. So ICOM, the International Council of Museums, we have 4,000 museums approximately within our network connected to us, and 50-something thousand museum professionals. So it's a huge network, and it grows each year. We do have the museum definition. This is ICOM process since the beginning of ICOM, 1946. And the museum definition is, of course, something that defines the role of museums in regard to protecting and interpreting intangible and tangible heritage, and to foster diversity and equality and sustainability as well. So in the new museum definition, there are some crucial roles to follow. For example, to protect and interpret, as I said, tangible and intangible heritage, to foster diversity and sustainability, to operate ethically with inclusion of communities, and to offer various experiences of as knowledge sharing. It already includes a lot, of course. As Alessandra said before, of course, it fits some needs, many needs maybe, the current museum definition. It's certainly not fully satisfactory for everyone, and I can agree with that. But it's a working process, and we are moving forward, of course. The museum definition is updated time to time, and each time we revise the museum definition. It deconstructs languages and concepts, and we are certainly moving forward towards a more social, highlighting our social role and taking more responsibility for the environment as well. Well, when it comes to ICOM, it's encouraging the translation of the museum definition in the indigenous languages. For example, our member, ICOM Guatemala, has worked closely with the indigenous communities for an official translation. For example, the Maya Pocoman and Maya Kakchikel translations, which are available online. ICOM Norway worked closely with Sami as a European indigenous group and translated into 3 Sami dialects. So this is one, the museum definition is one tool. And the other tool is as I mentioned, the ethics. We do, of course, have the Code of Ethics, and the Code of Ethics is also in revision at this point as we speak. It's a global process as the revision of the museum definition itself. It's already obvious from the consultations that has been taking place so far is that our members are highlighting the need to reflect ICOM's commitment to the principles of decolonization of collections. But then, of course, we have to have a critical thinking at the same time. The ICOM museum definition is consulted. We consult museum professionals and museums already included in the museums, which is a problematic perspective as well, as we know. I see many people nod, and thank you. Good. We acknowledge that, of course. And that's one thing. As I said, the Code of Ethics, the revision hopefully also lead to the construction of the content and a focus and reflections and whatever it leads to towards strengthening the social role of museums and taking more responsibility. And I would like to highlight the expert group. We have a high-level expert group on a working group on decolonization connected to ICOM and a strategic level whose thoughts and reflections will end up in action plans and museum strategies that museums all around the world will be highly influenced of. And this highly diverse group of people is leading this process for all of us at the same time. And this is very important as well. What they are doing, just mentioning that shortly, they aim to develop languages and methodologies for institutional approaches for ICOM, addressing the role of museums in colonial histories and identifying the practices and forms in which colonialism is expressed in museums still. And we do draft a framework of institutional strategy and action plan on decolonization, taking into account a diversity of approaches, including reconciliation, equality, inclusion, indigenization, and decolonization, of course. And as well as we take consideration the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. These are 3 main aspects that we're doing, and then of course I could give you a lot of details of examples of festivals and podcasts and publications, but I think I will jump to some of the challenges that we're facing if we have time to that. It could be interesting for some of you to get an insight into the institutional challenges in times of change, because of course we want to foster change. This is very important, and we have to overcome change. So some of the changes is that there are still many top-down north to south initiatives in museums, and this maybe was a good start, but let's move on, continue to the opposite. And we do not have enough open-ended initiatives, like open-ended innovation. We are not, as many of the business field, we don't innovate open-endedly too much. I would love to see more of initiatives and explorations like that in the future. And well, the open-ended, what we mean by that is the relation making is a starting point. the relationship itself is a starting point, and the result is open for whatever. So it can lead to an exhibition or not. We do have structural barriers in public financing of museums and museum projects. Not enough public nor private financiers are willing to invest in open-ended cooperations and co-creations in meaning making, so to speak, and products within museums. And many applicants for EU funding, for example, they must declare that a cooperation, for example, with an indigenous community will result in an exhibition. At the same time, the indigenous community are completely not interested in exhibitions. And this is very important that we don't do that. Let's try something else. And let's see what the indigenous community itself are expecting as results in a cooperation. Not enough initiatives, maybe, as far as I know, in this field on that. And not to mention the challenge that it's often the institution itself who has to be the applicant of public funding and not the indigenous community, which is also complicated. Well, yeah, the full notion of co-creation is an institutional learning process, including high amount of unlearning elements that we have to do. At the same time we are learning, we have to unlearn. We cannot forget the unlearning. And that might take years to develop. It's a training, it's a behavior design. We have to do something else, behave differently. It takes time and years to develop, and these years are wasted and not beneficial for the indigenous communities. So we need to learn faster. And the structural barriers in museum institutions in project planning itself, for example, and reporting systems is highly, well, challenging as well. Because of course museums are often financed by public tax funds, at least in Europe, and the systems have strict project planning and reporting requirements, leading to well, not enough space for flexibility and creativity in cooperations and co-creations with indigenous communities. Of course, we can overcome that as well if we want to. We just need to design and actually ask or challenge our own governments and our own financial partners in these matters. So just some concrete examples on what we are facing. We do have to relate to a global trend that I would like to highlight, is that people are more and more educated and more well-informed. And of course, they want to use the information and their education to empower themselves. And I would like to see how museums handle these needs. We are not the experts anymore. I stop here for a second. Okay, maybe you would like to hear some conclusion. Maybe very briefly, I would like to maybe highlight leadership in that sense, actually. Some of you mentioned leadership so far. It's really important. We do need transformative leadership. We need leaders who can handle transformation, who can handle change. Thank you.
That was a very strong and clear conclusion, so about transformative leadership. Thank you very much, Medea, for pointing at existing tools, including the new museum definition. Is quite interesting because it's complementary also to the 2015 UNESCO recommendation, and also pointing at very specific challenges that we're faced today. Thank you very much. I'm now turning to Lucina for a second question. Lucina, how can we support capacity building and training? You mentioned that aspect at the end of your first intervention, and training of indigenous communities in the preservation and promotion of their languages and cultures. Could you share any examples of community-driven initiatives? And if I may ask you to please remain concise if possible. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. The first thing I would like to express is that indigenous communities know very well what they need and how they want to do it. This is the first thing we need to recognize, because if we don't, we are always thinking that we know, and we don't know anything. Maybe we know that we need to change the way to relate with them. But they know what is significant for the preservation of their memory, cultural production, and languages. One of the most important things for them is education, and they have been demanding the presence of the indigenous languages in public schools and in public spaces and in public mass media. Indigenous languages not just have to be in the private life, they want to be in the public space, and that's part of our challenges, including museums, because sometimes we include languages in the museums, but we don't work on the experience of the communities coming to the museums and using the museums for their necessities. And I think we need to change that as well. Also, they are demanding the presence of the languages in books, in the production of the books for education. And I might say that in this year, Ministry Secretary of Education in Mexico produced books in more than 20 indigenous languages, working with the National Institute of Indigenous Communities, but working with indigenous writers and poets. And that was part of the process, to be working together, not writing something for them. But there are several communities working in different initiatives, and I would like to mention one especially important because it belongs to one of the indigenous languages on the risk, the Conca community in the north of Mexico. They are living between the ocean and the desert. And with the support of their traditional authorities, some integrants of the community created more than 20 years ago a rock group composing and playing songs in their language. And they organized a very important festival that has been very successful to get young people involved in new ways of learning and practicing the language. That group of rock is being recognized all around the nation, but they never lost the objective of the revalorization of the language among youth and young communities, and they're very successful in that sense. And also, there are a lot of groups of music playing not just rock, but playing funk or rap, or even creating alternative spaces for practicing the languages. And I think they are making a new composition, taking inspiration from their own traditional dances and indigenous myths, but there is a very contemporary way of improving the languages. Some of them have been promoting indigenous languages with immigrants to United States, the country that is very close to the north of Mexico. In Oaxaca, for example, Francisco Toledo, a very important contemporary artist, he just passed away, but he encouraged communities to produce pedagogical materials for teaching languages. Some communities as well had the expression of the necessity of new spaces, but spaces with dignity, They are asking for dignity, for promoting their cultural expressions. And others are interested in digital abilities for producing their context for internet based on their contemporary cultural diversity. Mexico is living a very strong women literary cultural movement. They are teaching to young people new ways of writing of their own languages. And we need to be sensitive, and mostly we need to listen, not to substitute the decisions, because right now the collective cultural rights is the condition of preserving, living, and creating the ways that they want to be in the present and in the future. I understand that we need to be facilitators of this process, but following and working together in this crucial moment. I think this is the most important ability, new ways of leadership, intercultural abilities, and a certain kind of humility, recognizing that we are in the very complex process of change, and we need to be aware of what they are saying. Thank you.
Leadership and humility. Thank you very much, Lucina. I think we're running a little bit out of time, so I will go to the next speaker. Monsieur Bambanzé, donc la prochaine question s'adresse à vous. Alors, vous nous avez déjà évoqué très largement dans votre intervention tout à l'heure les défis auxquels les peuples autochtones sont confrontés en ce qui concerne la question des musées. Peut-être si vous nous partagiez les messages les plus forts que vous voulez qu'on retienne aujourd'hui, quelques pistes pour rendre les musées plus inclusifs, pour faciliter des processus inclusifs pour les peuples autochtones dans le contexte des musées. Je vous remercie.
Merci encore une fois, Madame Emanuela, pour la parole. Je pense que l'UNESCO, le système des Nations Unies, notamment l'instance permanente des Nations Unies sur les questions autochtones, le mécanisme des experts ont déjà développé des instruments spécifiques sur les langues autochtones et les musées. Et je pense que ces instruments devraient être traduits dans les langues autochtones et être diffusés partout pour que ce soit un objet de sensibilisation. Et Madame la Présidente, qui vient de parler précédemment, a parlé de renforcement des capacités. Et souvent, on parle de renforcement des capacités des peuples autochtones, mais il y a un besoin de renforcement des capacités des acteurs étatiques, des acteurs ou d'autres partenaires, notamment les bureaux de l'UNESCO, les bureaux des Nations Unies, les autres partenaires de la Banque mondiale, pour qu'ils puissent comprendre qu'ils doivent intégrer dans leur programme et politique et la question de promotion et de protection des droits des peuples autochtones d'une façon spécifique en ce qui concerne la création de musées et la protection des langues autochtones. Et aussi, il faut considérer les peuples autochtones comme des participants parfaits quand il s'agit de la mise en œuvre des politiques et programmes. Parce que souvent, nous sommes des observateurs quand il s'agit de la mise en œuvre des programmes. Et donc, il faut identifier des projets qui vont dans le sens de la création des musées et la protection des langues et amener les peuples autochtones pour faire partie intégrante comme partie prenante en tant qu'acteur clé. Il ne faut pas justement dans ce sens-là imposer des politiques. Il faut le respect du consentement libre et préalable en connaissance de cause. Et aussi, nous estimons qu'il faut protéger des lieux spécifiques où les peuples ont toujours exercé leurs activités traditionnelles, culturelles, notamment les sites religieux, surtout les régions forestières où les peuples autochtones vivent et ont vécu traditionnellement. Et enfin, je pense qu'il fallait une organisation d'un atelier de ce genre spécifiques pour les peuples autochtones afin qu'ils puissent établir des recommandations globales. Parce que nous avons quelques minutes pour parler, mais les autres peuples autochtones, dans des ateliers régionaux, je dis par exemple une région africaine, une région asiatique, une région américaine latine, et puis rassembler toutes les recommandations après pour donner une feuille de route de ce qui peut être fait en faveur des peuples autochtones dans le sens de la création et la promotion des langues autochtones, plutôt la création de musées et la protection des langues autochtones. Et il faut une feuille de route bien claire sur la mise en œuvre des recommandations sur la décennie des langues autochtones, et cela engager des organisations autochtones pour mieux guider le travail. Merci, Madame Emmanuela.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bormanzi, avec des recommandations très concrètes qui éclairent, je pense, l'action de l'UNESCO, l'action de l'ICOM et d'autres représentants des musées ici présents. Alors, je vais me tourner pour finir. I will now turn to you, Mariana. Maybe if you have like a very final message that you would like us to stay with in terms of recommendation. I think you already addressed the why and the how. And so I leave it to you if you would like to share with us a final message.
Wow. I guess I'll just reinforce what my colleagues in this particular panel have said about the importance of the open-ended project, letting go of our need to organize, control, know the results. It's also very boring and non-creative. So to reinforce again what Lucina Jimena said, indigenous peoples know what they want and what they need. Put them center stage, put them in the key places where they will decide and speak, and we can facilitate, we can participate, we can share. Let's let it happen in a more organic, natural flow. That's it.
Organic flow. Thank you very much, Mariana. So I think we're reaching the end. Unfortunately, my colleagues inform me that we will not have time for Q&A, right, colleagues? So I'm confident that this conversation will be sustained together with the UNESCO, with ICOM, and between museums themselves. Now, thank you very much to all our panelists today for this discussion on the vital role of museums in protecting and promoting the cultural rights of indigenous peoples and their languages. The discussions further aligns with the 2015 UNESCO recommendation concerning museums and collections, which recognize that museums are vital for the preservation of cultural heritage and the promotion of cultural diversity. As we heard, museums have a strong responsibility to engage with indigenous communities in an ethical manner that respects their collective cultural rights. The recommendation, the 2015 recommendation, further calls on museums to ensure participatory processes for all stakeholders, especially communities of origin, in the management of their cultural heritage. This includes involving indigenous peoples in the interpretation, presentation, and governance of their cultural objects and expressions. We touched upon all these topics during the discussions. The panelists also highlighted successful examples of community-driven and open-ended initiatives, as was mentioned, where indigenous groups are empowered to preserve and promote their own languages and cultural practices through museums. This also echoes the recommendations principles that museums should enable communities to be represented in their diversity and in a manner compatible with their values and beliefs. However, we mentioned a number of challenges which remain in fully realizing indigenous people's rights within museum spaces, as outlined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. More efforts are needed to facilitate access to cultural heritage that has been displaced through digitization, notably traveling exhibition, and also the conversation on restitutions that was also raised this morning. As we work through the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, museums have a crucial role in creating inclusive spaces that celebrate cultural diversity. By following the principle of the 2015 recommendation, museums can be powerful agents in supporting Indigenous people's rights to practice, revitalize, and transmit their languages and cultures to future generations. I would like to once again express my sincere thanks to all our speakers for being with us today and their insightful contribution. I think that we have built a collective understanding of the topic at stake and opened very rich avenues for reflection and action for the future. Now I would like to invite Mrs. Krista Picat, Director of Culture and Emergencies in the UNESCO Culture Sector, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and apologies for my voice. Excellencies, delegates, experts, panelists, colleagues, dear friends. As we conclude this day of very rich discussions, I would like to extend to you our sincere gratitude to each one of you for your invaluable contributions and for sharing your expert viewpoints on the evolving role of museums in our rapidly changing world. Throughout the day, we have delved into the vital importance of community engagement in the return and restitution of cultural property, ensuring these processes are ethical, meaningful, and respectful of the community's narratives. We have also explored the need for authentic and sensitive representation of the African diaspora within museum collections, recognizing the complexities and nuances of this history. Collaboration between museums and diaspora communities is crucial for accurate and respectful storytelling, and this was also echoed in this last panel. Furthermore, we have underscored the significance of protecting and promoting the cultural expressions of indigenous peoples, including their knowledge systems and practices, as a fundamental aspect of collaborative cultural rights. Museums play a pivotal role in providing access to culture, supporting preservation initiatives, and creating spaces for cultural diversity. Today has been a remarkable exploration centered around the transformative power of museums in shaping our collective understanding and appreciation of cultural heritage. To conclude, let us reflect on some key takeaways, and I'm cognizant that the discussions were so rich that we wouldn't have been able to capture everything, but perhaps the key takeaways. First, as was also just echoed by our expert from Mexico, but also earlier on from Barbados and Kenya, it's important to embrace inclusive curation by actively involving communities to amplify diverse histories, identities, and perspectives. Additionally, ensure the precise use of language and thorough research to prevent misinterpretations. Second, foster robust networks and genuine partnerships between museums and communities, ensuring shared decision-making and collaborative narratives. It is also crucial to involve youth, as they are the future stewards of cultural heritage, to enhance and sustain these partnerships for generations to come. Third, facilitate and prioritize the return and restitution of cultural property that contributes to healing and reconciliation processes. Fourth, represent the African diaspora's experiences and contributions with authenticity and sensitivity, involving communities in the development of related exhibitions to ensure historical truths and that are accurately represented. Fifth, safeguarding and promotion of collective cultural rights, such as indigenous peoples' cultural expressions, knowledge systems, and languages. increase the number of comprehensive inventories as an essential resource for provenance research and due diligence checks. Next, advocate for strong leadership in museums to address and defend themes like enslavement, which are often neglected and underrepresented. And last but not least, recognize that landscape, in addition to museums, can serve as venues for witnessing the history of enslavement and promote the development of post-museums that emphasize a pedagogy of imagination to build a more inclusive future. By embodying these principles and integrating these insights, museums can truly become agents of change, fostering intercultural dialogue, promoting diversity, and shaping a more inclusive and equitable future for all. Ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO has, of course, been at the forefront of advocating for the preservation and promotion of cultural diversity worldwide. Through the implementation of standard-setting frameworks, such as the 2015 UNESCO recommendation concerning museum and collections, the Mondiacult 2022 declaration, and more recently, the Framework for Culture and Arts Education, UNESCO supports its member states in their efforts to enhance the role of museums as custodians of knowledge and agents of cultural understanding. Our aim is to empower museums as dynamic spaces for dialogue, education, and societal change by providing support and guidance to cultural institutions in navigating the complexities of preserving and promoting cultural heritage. Moreover, today's dialogues have underscored the importance of collaboration and partnership, and I would really want to also acknowledge our partners here today, and thank you for your contribution. But it's also about joint research and knowledge exchange and advancing the field of museology. I'm confident that the ideas that we're generating during today's discussions will inspire future projects in cultural heritage preservation. Let us continue in the spirit of collaboration and innovation that has characterized this meeting. I would like to take this opportunity to extend UNESCO's heartfelt thanks to the delegation of Brazil, particularly Her Excellency, Madam Ambassador Paula Alves de Souza, permanent delegate of Brazil to UNESCO, for providing the financial support necessary for organizing today's meeting. I would also like to thank my colleagues in the social sciences sectors, Mehrdad, but also Suna, George, and all the team of culture colleagues, Emmanuel, of course, who actually made this meeting possible, but also to interpreters, technical staff working behind the scenes. Your efforts have been crucial. Thank you once again for your dedication and commitment to promoting museums worldwide. Let us move forward with renewed vigor and determination our collective journey towards a more culturally inclusive and sustainable future, bringing cultures together and bridging cultural divides. Thank you so much for your attention, and thanks for your participation.